My name is Ntlanta Kumede. I'm the full-time regulator member primarily responsible for electricity regulation. I'll be the chairperson of this hearing. I would like to introduce the members of the panel to you, starting with, and I'm hoping they'll be able to briefly show their face if they're in a position to, just to say hello. Firstly, I'll start with Ms. Nomfundo Maseti, who is a full-time regulator member primarily responsible for pipe gas regulation and a member of the electricity subcommittee, ELS. Madam Maseti. Maybe she will be able to.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, members and the members of the public.
Thank you, Madam Maseti. I would also like to then introduce Mr. Mozi Mkize. I'm actually not saying his full name, but he may actually indicate his full name properly, who is the full-time regulator member, primarily responsible for electricity for petroleum pipeline regulation and a member of the ELS. Mr. Mkize.
Good morning, Chairperson, and to all the attendees and those who are presenting today. Unfortunately, I've got a challenge with my video camera. My name is Muzu Vugile Wiseman Mkize in full. Thank you.
Thank you, Muzu Vugile Mkize. Thank you. I would also like to then to introduce Ms. Tembeka Semani, who is a part-time regulator member at NESA and a member of the ELS. Ms. Semani.
Morning, Chair, and morning to the members of the public. My name is Tembeka Semani. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. This hearing was duly advertised in the Business Day, the BEALD, and NESA social media platforms, and was also advertised on the NESA website. It is held in accordance with the Energy Regulator Act, in which all affected parties are given an opportunity to submit their views and present relevant facts and evidence to the energy regulator. This hearing is governed by the NESA rules on public hearings, which can be summarized as follows. All parties will be required to make their presentations under oath. Presenters have been allocated 15 minutes. We will really plead that if we can, we have a few presenters. If we can do that in 15 minutes, it will be appreciated. But we'll be given a further 10 minutes to respond to questions posed by members of the panel. Only the members of the panel may ask questions to the presenters. However, members of the public may send their questions to Walter Mabunda at walter.mabunda@nesa.org.za. Mr. Mabunda will put that on the will put the email on the chat, and the panel will decide on how to deal with those questions. Should the presenters wish to present information they consider confidential, the panel will make a ruling on whether to close the hearing or to have the information submitted in writing. The recording of this hearing, which is done through our system, will be the official record of this meeting. The House rules are simple. We just request that to please mute yourself when you are not presenting. We also, just as a humble request, that if you can kindly switch off your video, unless you are requested to switch it on, to keep it off all the time. We really appreciate that. We have 11 requests to present today and a number of observers from over 20 organizations. We will start our proceedings today with a presentation from Mr. Terence Covender from LU Energy. If I may see Mr. Terence Covender, please, for the swearing.
Good morning, Chair.
Yes, good morning. I see you. There are 4 of you. Is it only one person that's going to be presenting, I'm assuming, within 15 minutes?
Good morning, Chair. I'll start the introduction to the presentation, and then I'll hand over to Andre, who's the head of Discovery Green, to continue with the presentation. So there'll be 2 presenters.
All right. In that case, can I just ask to start with you, Terence Govender, do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
No.
In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information or the evidence that you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, please state your name, the organization that you are representing today, and your designation in it, please.
My name is Terence Govender. I'm representing the applicant Discovery Green, and the presentation is going to be done by myself and Andre, head of Discovery Green.
All right, thank you. You can I then maybe just request Andre to also then to be sworn in as well? Do you solemnly, okay, by the way, do you object to taking an oath?
I don't.
Affirmation? I don't. In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information or the evidence you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
For the record, kindly state your name, the organization you are representing today, and your designation in it, please.
My name is Andre Nepken. I'm head of Discovery Green.
Thank you. Colleagues, you've got 15 minutes, and as I indicated, you've got a further 10 minutes just to respond to questions. We'll really appreciate it if you can keep to the 15 minutes granted. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the subcommittee members and the regulator members. Very good morning to all of you and all of the observers in this public forum today. We are grateful for the opportunity to present as the applicant Discovery Green, the journey we walked with NERSA in terms of submitting our application in May last year, 2023, and arriving at a point where we now can present the background to Discovery Green, the details of our application and the way forward. The presentation will formally be done by Andre. Chair, through you, I'm now going to officially hand over to Andre to go through our presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Terence, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair and the members of NERSA. I've been guided to provide a short overview of our business and our application to be a registered trader within South Africa. And as mentioned, the business is called Discovery Green. Sorry, the slides are not changing. Please bear with me. There we go. Just as context as to the organization or the group that we represent and part of, we're part of the Discovery Limited Group, a financial services organization with a large footprint in South Africa, the UK, and globally. We believe this is of relevance as part of our application because these are a number of the capabilities that we hope to leverage in order to support our ability to trade in South Africa and in this market. We're part of an organization with a big focus or a strong focus on good financial management, ensuring solvency, and this is borrowed from our role as a financial services organization. But more importantly, leveraging our reach and impact within the South African market in various parts. So Discovery Group as a whole has a very strong brand, I think, in South Africa, has a strong corporate client footprint to enable and strong relationships with those clients. So currently over 8,000 corporates to whom we deal with on a regular basis who trust us for their healthcare and broader needs. As well as an advisor force that enables us to reach a bigger part of the market and enable many organizations to start having the conversations around renewable energy. And of course, we also take transformation and emissions very seriously as an organization. Discovery Green in itself is a new subsidiary of the Discovery Group, and we did announce its entry in September last year. We've spent this time aligning and ensuring that we are prepared to take the next step, which is starting our trading activities. And this has taken some time and a lot of due diligence and effort, and we're excited around the next step. I'd like to begin just to understand or explain our role in this. We started looking at this in particular around emissions and a focus around emissions, and many companies like ourselves are in a position in South Africa, and this is a big part of the market outside of the intensive energy user group, where the majority of the emissions come from electricity, and this is a nature of our grid, is that we found that 80% of the emissions for carbon neutrality from these companies actually come from electricity. Now, while a number of these organizations have taken steps for embedded generation to reduce their emissions, it became very, very clear and apparent to us that there are thousands of companies within South Africa that are unable to fully leverage the scale of the efficiencies and the economics of renewable energy. This is, in our view, particularly important given where the world is going with regards to emissions. We see the rising cost of emissions as the world moves to higher percentages of renewable energy. It is becoming more and more critical for companies in South Africa to be able to reduce their emissions profile, as this is very much impacted by the ability to compete in the global economy. We know that carbon taxes are becoming a reality both in South Africa, but if you do look at the importance placed on it internationally, whether in the EU or the US, it is clear and apparent that our need to enable companies to reduce their emissions is as much a social and a planetary good as it is an economic good for South Africa to remain competitive and compete within this market. Our belief is that larger renewable energy wheeling, leveraging the best resources in South Africa as well as trading, is the solution to this. And we're excited and supportive of the new market developments that will unlock more and more parts of this market to enable more companies to access this. So Discovery Green is built on a very, very simple proposition for companies. We sit in the middle between large-scale generation and a diverse set of businesses. And we use the skill sets that we have to deliver companies affordable, renewable, price-certain energy, but importantly, enable companies to not have to deal with the complexity or the risk associated with renewable energy. As we all know, South Africa is in its infancy around private energy, and we believe that it's important, especially in the development of the market, to remove the complexity, to remove the risk, to allow it to grow. We are able to leverage some of the skill sets that we have developed through our broader businesses in the financial services industry. And the skill set we brought in here is the actuarial one, whereby we think that the energy market would benefit from enormous amounts of diversification. And we think it has a number of benefits. So as a platform, we've built strong actuarial, technical, and technology skills. And by using the law of large numbers and the benefit of diversification, we believe that by doing so, you can unlock a greater penetration of renewable energy within companies, allow them to achieve much higher percentages than they were able to achieve before, as well as minimize the risk as a collective of companies are able to absorb a lot more volatility in the consumption side. And I think these are two very, very critical benefits that we are able to bring and a skill set that we deploy very much in the financial services and the insurance industry. I thought I'd give this committee a practical example of how this actually plays out. So a big, as I'm sure many in the market and the observers would understand, is that a big constraint around renewable energy is the variability associated with it, given that no one can control the wind or the sun. We believe, as a result, many companies and the way they consume energy, that variability limits their ability to take large amounts of renewable energy. So where a single industry on its own could on average take roughly a 50% replacement of renewable energy, mathematically we have found using considerable amounts of data that diversification is your friend here, and by diversifying industries, by adding on very unique and different industries, you are able to minimize or maximize the amount of energy that any collective portfolio can take, because you are marrying different profiles altogether. And I think that is a critical reason for why we believe we can add value to this particular market. At the same time, businesses are also having to deal with their own consumption volatility, and we think this is a critical part that we able to play on. And what we found is that through the benefits of diversification and platform, what you can actually do is enable companies who exhibit, such as shopping centers, food retailers, and mines, who exhibit very volatile consumption patterns, to behave or enjoy the benefits of a portfolio with a much, much lower consumption volatility. And it's these two factors that I mentioned here that allows us, or what we believe to offer the market, higher renewable energy coverage levels without the associated risk. And we believe that is a critical ingredient to enable the development of the electricity trading market and allow more and more off-takers and traders to benefit from this. So we've been focusing over the last 12 months or so since our application on ensuring that we are prepared for this day. So we've spent a lot of time on all parts of this value chain. We have worked on the procurement of large amounts of renewable energy with a particular bias towards wind. We followed a very, very strict and robust procurement process to understand and make sure that we work with the best of the best to ensure that these projects are robust and do get executed. We've at the centre invested enormous amounts to develop the actuarial, technical and technology assets to allow us to deliver these benefits that I've showed you earlier. And then, of course, on the right-hand side, we have spent these months engaging with many of our corporate clients, engaging with them as well as securing contracts with them so that we are able to deliver on this exact value chain as you require all pieces to make it work. And we've also been preparing and be involved in the national narrative around the evolving marketplace to ensure that we're able to adapt as the market evolves from Eskom direct to municipal to virtual and more liquid markets. So we believe we're in a position with sizable offtake secured, with strong assets in the centre and a pipeline of renewable energy that can be unlocked to support the growth of this platform. So we're here before this panel through Mr. Chair and the NERSA panel as well as the observers to affirm our application. We applied in May last year, and we've been working thoroughly with the NERSA team to process this application. We have answered and addressed all comments and concerns up to this date. We also participated earlier this year in March in a public participation process whereby we advertised and notified of our intent to apply for a license and get that received. And we followed this process to date. Our initial trading activities, and this is important for us, we believe that there's considerable value as an organization to learn on the ground and sort of cut our teeth in this process. So we've applied a license with our initial trading activities. While these bigger projects take time to construct or time to develop, there's an opportunity for us to learn and develop a capability in order to learn how trading works and how we ensure that we have the systems, the legal processes, the capabilities should we open up to bigger volumes. So currently we have signed power purchase agreements with Elu Energy for 2 solar PV projects in the Ekurhuleni area, as well as power purchase agreements with customers within that same area. We've received approval from the municipality to allow us to trade these. And we've ensured that the financial transaction, importantly, creates enormous value for money for all parties involved, whether it's the generator, the trader, and the customer on that. Importantly, it has also allowed us to assess whether or not the marginal cost of trading is viable for this business. And we believe that this form of due diligence and ability for us to learn has been absolutely critical to get us ready and hopefully give the committee comfort that we are able to execute on our promises here. So in conclusion, we believe that we have shown this committee and have met the requirements of NERSA, and we believe that the case we've made here is strong enough to be granted a trading license. We look forward to the ability to unlock bigger parts of the off-taker trader market to allow us to amend our license to include more trading activities in the near future. And we think we as an organization, as Discovery, as this team here, are very excited around the opportunity to support the just transition, to support the development of the market, to help the economy and help create a more liquid market for developers, for traders, for off-takers, and we're excited about this. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so very much. Also, thanking you for keeping in within the 15 minutes granted. I would then now like to invite the members of the Electoral Subcommittee to ask questions to the presenters. By show of hands, members, if you've got any questions to ask. I see a question from Madame Massetti, number 1. Madame Massetti, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Andre, for the presentation. I just want to clarify from my side some few issues. Maybe I should start from the source of supply, where Discovery Green will be procuring the renewable energy. I just want to check first of all if the generator already exists and is already generating, first of all, and the other issue that is associated with that is whether the generator has secured the connection to the grid, starting from the transmission grid, and also whether it will also be connecting to the distribution grid. I just want to check that, because for us it becomes important for the success of the trading activity. So if you can clarify that aspect for us. And then the second thing that I wanted to understand, you did touch on the importance of acknowledging the variability of the renewable energy. I just want to check if it's if Discovery Green has considered any possibility of the battery storage, the BESS, for ensuring consistent supply, because I wanted to just check how are you going to deal with the aspect of variability. You may have touched on it, but I really want to get clarification in terms of from the customer's perspective to get reliable and consistent supply from Discovery. How are you going to make sure that that will then happen? Those are the questions from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Massetti. Can I then proceed to Madam Simane?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the Green Vitality team that has presented. From my side, I just wanted to find out from them with regards to the off-take agreements that they're going to have, or they have already concluded with the two body corporates. Can they please provide the regulator with the resolutions empowering those body corporate to enter into these off-take agreements? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Simane. Any further questions? Or Mr. Mkiza?
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to the presenters. I'm basically covered by my colleagues, but I just want to get clarification. The company, is it Discovery Green or Vitality Green? That's one. Two, on the end user side, I know that there is a tariff provided, but looking beyond the end user side, are there any? I think it's going to be important to just clearly disclose the full cost. In other words, also include the hidden, if there are any hidden cost. Because we when one looks at the tariffs that are being charged, and then we can say it's fine, but only to find maybe there are other hidden costs. And I think this is also linked to the issue of ensuring that there's continued supply, because we've got intermittent supply when one considers the various weather patterns that could prevail from time to time. So it's just more like looking at it from an end user perspective from my side. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkize. There's a follow-up from Madam Massetti.
Just one question for me. I heard that there's already sort of an agreement to operate within the municipal boundaries. I just want to understand in terms of the variables for competition. How will Discovery Green be competing with the tariff that will be charged by the municipality? Well, there's issues of quality of service, it goes also to the quality of supply, the reliability, as well as issues of the tariff itself. I think it will be very important for Discovery to touch on those issues within the municipality as to how it sees its role there, and the fact that the municipality also would have been the licensee that is serving those customers in its area of supply, if that can be touched on. Thank you.
Thank you. I think those are the questions from my side. I think it would have been useful. I think if you had shared the presentation, it's kind of difficult to note all the questions as we are presenting. But it's not too late if you can share the presentation with us. Please, would really appreciate that. Just to indicate, you've got 10 minutes to respond to the questions. However, if you want to expand on your responses, or if you want to defer some of the questions to later, you can respond within 7 days and provide additional information within 7 days, please. So if you can, then can I hand it over back to you?
Thank you, Chair. We will do our very best to answer all of these questions and also provide a follow-up on these. So thank you for all these questions. We did note them all down. I will, for some of these, I will ask Terence to provide some additional detail on this. I'd like to begin with Madam Massetti's questions around our generators and the source of supply on this. So currently, there needs to be considered two forms of supply on this. I think one is the ones that are existing in operation, and these are the ones in Hampton Court and Bruce Heath. These are PV sites that are already constructed and operational at this point in time. So those are connected and operational from a generator side. The other side, of course, is the bigger scale wheeling specific Eskom connected to the grid projects on those. For those are not yet in construction. We're hoping to progress on this, and of course, the license is a critical step to move those to that point. On the question around grid connectivity, we have been following the IGCAR process on this and have been, for these projects, received, they both CELs issued and paid for, as well as passed the IGCAR process and in line for budget quotes on that. So grid has been allocated for these on it, and we've been meticulous in our selection of these projects. So these are grid. Eskom has allocated or secured or notified us that there is grid available for these specific projects. Some of the other projects will require more time in terms of the development of the grid, but we have sufficient amount in the pipeline which could commence construction soon. Then on your specific questions around managing variability, I fully recognize the importance of that role as much as the generation on that, and I think you're completely right in that that is an underappreciated point in the market. The variability in our mind is definitely can be solved in the future with battery energy storage or backup energy storage, or BESS. Around that, we have ensured that all our generation facilities have their applications and secured to be enabled to allow us to include BESS within them in the future. Our belief is at this point in time, from an economic point of view, as we see the market code developing on that, it is not quite justified at this point in time to do that part of the development, although we are remaining very, very close to see if we can include that as a form to provide or smooth out the variability in generation, as that remains critical for the national infrastructure and ensuring that there's capacity on that. Then on the, I'll ask Terence to answer the next question around the off-taker agreements and the resolutions with Ekurhuleni.
Thanks, Andre. There was extensive discussions and negotiations with the various off-takers. They ran a process where they had competing IPPs bid for these potential projects that was installed at Bruce Heath and Hampton Court. And the solutions that we applied at those body corporates was very specific to the needs at the time of the body corporate. So battery options were also discussed, quality of supply issues were discussed, but these various body corporates made the decision to roll out the solar systems in various phases. So phase 1 would be grid-tied systems to ensure electricity savings. And then as we move into phase 2 and phase 3, it moves more into quality of supply and security of supply. We will send the resolutions to the NERSA team shortly after the meeting.
Thank you, Terence. And then on to the question around the consideration of the end user and transparency around costs and everything around that. I do think it's a very important point to disclose and to understand. So we've taken a view to try and bundle in with the tariff as much of the costs as we can to enable the customer. We do believe it has value both from a risk point of view as well as a clarity point of view. So we've taken a view to put as many into the tariff so that there is a single price for them to consider on that. Yeah, let's go.
And we have submitted the financial models for our two sites to NERSA, which details the cost of the projects, etc. And we can state clearly there's no hidden cost. So the tariff that we have presented to NERSA is what we charge the end user on the two projects that we've submitted in our application. And we've ensured there was value for money for the off-taker. There is a defined escalation in that. In the PPA and in the model that we presented to NERSA, and that gives a comfort to the off-taker that he will understand his electricity costs going forward as well.
Thank you. And then Chair, your last question around the variables for competition and Madam Maseti, your last question around the variables for competition in the municipality and working within that, Terence. I think maybe it's best if you address that one as well.
Yeah, and like I said, we engaged quite extensively with the off-takers, and yes, they do have various needs, and it also becomes a factor of what the off-taker can afford at a particular time when you execute these projects. So some of the decisions made in executing it has come directly from the off-taker. Some were happy with variability of supply, and like I mentioned, going forward in phase 2 and phase 3, various other options will be presented to the body corporate. So battery for energy security, and we're looking at quality of supply as well. Our systems have improved quality of supply. In one particular body corporate, Bruce Heath, we used to have quite a few quality of supply challenges from the municipality, and we assisted them with solving that. And the number of trips in that system has drastically reduced ever since we installed our issue. So we will work closely with the municipalities in the long term. When we initiated these projects as well, like Andre mentioned, this sort of mechanisms were in its infant stage, and we're now seeing off-takers become a lot more comfortable in understanding what solar grid type means and why there's a need for battery in terms of various other benefits that a battery system will give you. So we will continue working and engaging with the municipalities going forward. And, to put all of this together, we strongly believe that the trading license approval from NERSA, consideration of the approval, allows us to further engage with municipalities on some very unique solutions that we have to offer the market as well.
Thank you. So, Chair, I do recognise we are out of time. Sorry, there's another question.
Yeah, okay. There's a follow-up from Madam Massetti. We can take that as well. Madam Massetti.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's just a quick follow-up. I just don't, maybe I'm not understanding Mr. Govender, when you say that you are going to engage with the municipality, and I see the municipality as your competitor in this case, even though you will be operating in the area of distribution or of supply of the municipality. So I take it that you are in the same line of commerce in a way, even though the municipality is a distributor, because the clients that you will be supplying with the clean energy are, potential customers, or they were actually taking their electricity from the municipality. So hence I'm asking, in terms of competitiveness and making sure that you're adding value in the market as a sort of a best choice for the consumers that are within the municipal area of supply. So I was asking, in terms of those variables, how do you distinguish yourself in the market to your competitor, which is the municipality, which might actually have an advantage already? So from your side, when you make your offer to the customers, how do you differentiate yourself? And I just did not understand also the last part about sort of negotiating as you're supposed to keep your commercial strategies and some of the trading conditions confidential from each other as the competitors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We see ourselves as partners with the municipalities in those municipal boundaries. The solar systems that we've put in at this stage is not supplying the full load at these various sites that we have. As such, it's complementary to what the municipality is doing. And previously, there used to be quite a high number of outages in the area due to lack of supply from the main municipal area. And we found ourselves complementary in that we were assisting the municipality in terms of its load shedding and limiting those events as well. So as much as we see ourselves as competitors, because our systems do and are able to bring down the cost of electricity for the end user, but there's definitely a need that we will work with the municipality as the supply works in tandem. So whenever we can't supply power to the end user based on weather or based on out of sun hours, then the municipality still delivers that energy to that customer. So we see ourselves, yes, one, as competitors in terms of energy pricing, but definitely bringing value into these areas because we're able to do distributed generation within the networks and assist the municipality with reduced load shedding events.
Maybe just to add onto that, the key competitive, I think, advantage in this case, of course, comes down to price and renewable nature of the actual energy at this point in time. Given that the municipality would generally follow the same emissions factor as Eskom, there is a premium or a value associated to that which the actual body corporates do value and do attach to it as well. So that is a big key differentiator and a way for us to compete within this market. Madam Massetti, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I have no further questions. I think it's just a matter of just the analysis and see how this relationship, because for us as the energy regulator, is very important. What if there's another trader in the market? Are we expecting the trader, for example, in Ekurhuleni to also say that they will be working as sort of partners with the municipality? How this is going to be? So it's important for us as a regulator to see how this is supposed to play out in the market. You know, what kind of market dynamics that we are expecting from the entry of the traders into the market space. I think that for us is very important, whether we are seeing the municipality and the traders as complementary and also sequencing the supply in order for the others to survive in the market because during instances of load shedding, or are we looking at pure competition rules to play there understanding that these are different entities and they're competing for customers in the market. So that is very important for us as the regulator when we make these decisions to look at what are we trying to do in this market, and if it's something that is ideal for the marketplace as well as for customers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Understood. Chair, if you are comfortable, we will submit a formal reply on that. I do understand, and we will send something through. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for your presentation. And if you can just maybe share your presentation with us, as well as you do have 7 more days to actually think through, and maybe if you want to supplement your responses, and also perhaps now that you understand the questions, which are issues that the members will consider during the deliberation on the license. If you can, if you are in a position to provide more facts, we'll really appreciate that. We'd like to thank you all. Thank you so very much. All right, so we will now step off the presentation from Discovery Green and proceed to a presentation on behalf of CBI Electric Apollo, Mr. Joseph Beard and Ms. Jenna Harris. So I see you, Ms. Jenna Harris. Can I also see Mr. Joseph, or are you the one that's going to be presenting?
Yes, so I'll be presenting today.
Thank you. It makes it simpler. So would you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
No.
All right. In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence that you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
For the record, please state your name, the organization you're representing today, and your designation in it, please.
It's Jenna Harris. I'm representing CBI Electric Apollo, and I'm the CEO of the organization.
Thank you, ma'am. You've got 15 minutes for your presentation, and so if you can assist us with that. We won't hold it against you if you slip by a minute or so. You may proceed.
Okay. I'll try to keep it brief. So, officially, good morning, Chairperson, regulator members, and members of the public. Thank you very much for the opportunity to allow us to present our trading license application and also give an overview of who we are and our business. And hopefully we can show you and demonstrate to you that we're set up to be a strong player in the South African market, and here to make a significant difference to the economy, as well as the just energy transition in the country. You can see my screen okay?
Yes, it's visible, and you may proceed. Thanks.
Our vision has been to pioneer and grow Africa's wheeled retail renewables industry and providing flexible and market competitive energy solutions to customers and increasing the deployment of renewable supply across Africa. Firstly, our application for today focuses on the national application in South Africa, but we do believe that South Africa poses to be the breadbasket of electricity for the continent, and there's significant opportunities for our country to play across the continent. Our 2030 goals of where we're planning to get to, it's 8 terawatt hours of renewables, which is a mix of solar, wind, and battery, as well as services to be provided to the grid. We understand through the development of the new market code with Eskom, new grid supporting services are going to be required in the coming years to provide ancillary services, capacity services, reserve margins to increase the resilience of our grid. So our aim is to provide renewables and to help prop up the stability of the grid moving forward. Our ESG impact based on that forecasted renewables penetration will have a 13 million meters cubed of water saved per year, which is very significant in such a water sensitive country where we've been strained on a scarce resource. That's the equivalent to supplying 163,000 households per year with water. 8.5 kilotons of CO2 per year will be avoided, and this will definitely help us on our way to meeting our climate change commitment targets. Through the construction process of all of these facilities, it's estimated that 37,000 direct and indirect jobs will be created during the construction phase. And these are something that could be continued onwards as we continue to grow our generation assets for supply to the Africa region. And then the health impacts are often ignored of coal-fired power generation, which is estimated to come to an avoided 87 attributable deaths per year from air pollution reduction, where we found that, well, studies have found that air pollution from power stations, coal-fired power stations, are causing lung cancer, heart disease, strokes, lower respiratory infections. So the impact of the transition is significant on the people especially in Mpumalanga, Gauteng province, in the coal belts. For our customers, we aim to create a significant cost savings for them, controlling their pricing, putting a hedge on their pricing so that they can plan their businesses properly. They know what prices to expect next year on what their energy costs are going to be. And with those savings, it's a significant value add to the South African economy because businesses can reinvest in expanding their investments in the country, growing their businesses, and creating new jobs in the process. From our side, this involves a guarantee raise of 8 billion rand in IPP guarantees. So our guarantee instruments at our disposal and our prudently managed portfolio risk, according to our covenants, enables IPPs to raise the project finance that they need to get those projects going. So these guarantees cover payment support as well as termination payments in event of default. Background to us, our ownership structure, we're 80% owned by the Roynet Group, which is a listed industrial holding company on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. It was established in 1888 as one of the initial power traders, or power suppliers, should I say, to the mines at the time. So there's a long history in the energy sector for this business. We became JSE listed amongst the first banks and mines back in 1948. So shareholding is 80% Roynet and 20% Perenia, which is 100%, Perenia is 100% owned by myself. And we fall within the renewables cluster of businesses. You can see on the right the collection of businesses covering electrical engineering, ICT, and applied electronics. Sorry, let me just skip over to this, the renewables cluster, or renewables segment. Here you can see we aim to provide end-to-end business solutions within the cluster. We have the joint venture between Roynet Limited and AP Muller Capital that jointly own Limika Renewables and Terra Firma Solutions. Terra Firma is one of the leading EPC solar installers in South Africa in the CNI sector, and Limika provides the investment platform into new renewable generators. So we put in the middle as the trading entity, and then we also have the storage business, battery storage business, Blue Nova, with locally manufactured battery products. Our people on our board is myself, Deon de Kock, and Nico de Bruin. I have a background in the energy sector. I've been working in the South African and Australian energy sector for the last 20 years. And founded the business in 2022 off the back of the relaxation to the 2021 regulation changes. Deon de Kock is a BSc in engineering, mechanical engineering, also has an MBA and over 40 years experience in leading complex businesses. He's the segment head of the renewables cluster. And then Nico de Bruin is a chartered accountant in the segment CFO of the cluster. We also have the Reunert corporate finance team, which is responsible for arranging and securing our financial facilities and all of our funding needed to go into our guarantees. And then in the Apollo team, we have a very engineering-heavy team with a strong history and track record in the energy sector. And within this team, we have the procurement, sales, legal and compliance, marketing and commercial. All our projects and our procurement processes go through extensive technical, legal, regulatory due diligences. We ensure our IPPs all comply with the Reunert policies around procurement, responsible procurement. So what we do is we procure our renewable supply from a portfolio of utility scale wind and solar assets. We provide the payment guarantees to our suppliers, and here you can see the funding platform underneath us is the collection of facilities covering our liquidity facilities, working capital, and our guarantee facilities to support the guarantees. So this reduces the complexity of an IPP having to look through us to our customers. We're a bankable offtake on our own through these facilities we have in place. So we blend our supply and we create customized energy products for our customers. And it's the difference between contracting on capacity and supplying on volume. So we customize those products as they seldom match exactly. Then we manage the risk of our customer portfolio, and risk management is a very critical aspect of our business. And it's an aspect that will ensure the future sustainability of how we operate. So these are prudently managed through our meeting our minimum portfolio covenants, ensuring we have the correct credit quality in our portfolio, ensuring we don't have too much exposure to any one customer, ensuring the weighted average tenure of our portfolio is acceptable and within an acceptable risk level. And we ensure we're always meeting those covenants or meeting better than our covenants. Our application, it's a national application. Our generator, our solar generator, sits in Springs in Gauteng. It's a project to be developed, and actually ground is being cleared on site tomorrow. So preparations are well underway, at risk pending our trading license. So that's in Gauteng and Springs, connecting to the Eskom network. And then our customer is based in Hammersdale, in KZN. Yeah, this will be a purely Eskom to Eskom, 1-to-1. Our application was lodged in October last year. The generator registration has been lodged and acknowledged by NERSA. Customer PPAs and generator PPAs are in place. The technical design and the schedule is all firm. The funding is in place. CEL is in place. And the project is in the BQ process awaiting for our license. The scope of the application is national, and our plan is for multiple additional generators to be added into our portfolio and customers from across the country. I think I just wanted to skip back to slide I jumped over. But in terms of Reunert and its BE status and how it's impacting on us and the commitments that Reunert has to the community, or the Reunert group does. So on BE, Reunert's committed to the ongoing transformation and initiatives that uplift previously disadvantaged communities, have a comprehensive strategy in place to ensure that transformation is achieved across its group, including in Apollo. And this strategy addresses all 5 elements of the BE scorecard. And I think more detail on that you can find in our application. Roinet has recently achieved a BE level, a broad-based BE level of 3, and we're currently in EME level 4, and we aim to increase in line with the group's targets, and we take on the same commitment to transformation and upliftment initiatives. So an example of some of the initiatives that Roinet has put in place, or the Roinet companies have, is the National Children's Foundation, established in 2006, various learnerships and training across the group, which we'll also be endeavouring to implement within our own business. So in 2022, the group spent 55 million rand on internal and external skills development, and then the Roinet Learning Institute, which was established in 1993 and has so far produced 1,804 students matriculated from that college. That brings us to the end. Hope I was in good time.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. In fact, you're just 1.5 minutes before your end of time. Thank you for your presentation. Members, we've got the presentation before us. Any questions to the presenter? Any questions for Ms. Harris? Madam Massetti?
Thank you, Chairperson, and also thank you to Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, I do have some questions of clarity just to understand some few things with regards to this application. You mentioned that you will be, or the connection will be on the ESCOM network in Gauteng. But also you made a point there to say that the offtake will be on the ESCOM network in KZN. I would like you to just expand on that so that I can understand how that is going to work. Are you going to be trading in Gauteng through the ESCOM network? Do you have off-takers in Gauteng? And do you also have off-takers in KZN? I just want to understand, maybe I was just confused by the fact that you, the trading a business where you will be buying and be able to serve your customers is through the ESCOM network in Gauteng. And again, here the off-taker is also reflected as KZN. I just want to understand this for my benefit, how that is going to work. I hope that I'm clear just on the 2 points that you made.
Yeah. So we only have one customer in this application.
Can I disturb you there, please? Can I just ask the members to all post their questions? You write them down and then you respond to all of them when they are done. I think it makes the process a little bit more efficient. Thank you, ma'am. All right, please continue.
Thank you very much. All right, so that's the first question. The second one, just to have an understanding of the status of the generators that you are going to procure renewable energy from. I saw in one of the slides where you indicated that the registration application has been submitted to NERSA and that NERSA has acknowledged. So it seems there's no registration at the moment. I don't know, but I would like that to be clarified. Whether the generators that you will be procuring from are already operating, the generating facilities at this stage, and secondly, whether the generators have already connected to the network system already, or they have an agreement either with ESCOM or the NTSA or the municipalities, whichever network that agreed that your generators will be connecting from. So if that can be clarified, please, because I got a bit confused. So if at this stage they're not operating, they have not constructed the generating facilities, when will trading trading commence then in terms of the trading license? Should it be granted by NERSA? I think that becomes important for you to then clarify those details. And then lastly, if you can clarify some more on the issue of the cost saving that goes to 300 billion rand. How will that be achieved, especially if you're going to operate in the areas of other distributors, either Eskom or the municipalities? How would you be in a position to still offer value and a lower price to customers, but at the same time, you will be able to generate such cost savings for them, if that can be clarified? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Maseti. Mr. Mkhize?
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm largely covered by Madam Maseti. I just want to just make sure that my understanding was that Project Viking, which is in Springs, Egurulen, is still underway, not yet concluded. So I just want to understand the status thereof, when it's going to be concluded, and maybe if there are any other risk, and if there is any other alternative source or that of electricity being generated. Is it the only generator that you are looking at? And just to get a feel also in terms of the timelines when things are supposed to come to a close. That's all from my side. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Now over to you, Madam. Again, the offer is you can respond to all of the questions, or if you want to supplement your responses in writing, you have 7 days to do that. But over to you, ma'am.
So no more questions?
No more questions, yes.
Okay. So on the first point of clarity, if I understand correctly, you were asking if we have other customers in Gauteng province. We don't have other customers in Gauteng. Our generator, which we're procuring from, or will be procuring from once it's constructed, through which we have a generator PPA. They are based in Springs. They'll feed into the Eskom network, and then wheeling will take place over the Eskom network to the single customer in Hammersdale and KZN. So there are no customers in Gauteng. This will be a national transaction. On the status of the project, the generator registration, it got lodged in October last year, and there was an acknowledgement by NERSA of that application. So that NERSA has indicated that they'll only provide the generation registration once Eskom has issued the BQ. Eskom is waiting on us to become licensed before they issue the BQ. So upon licensing, all of these other items will come into play. Status is obviously that it's not constructed yet. Like I mentioned, ground is going to be cleared tomorrow, but they'll be able to start construction as soon as the license is granted, and thereafter the generator has completed its registration, and Eskom has issued the BQ. So only the license is holding us up there, and there are no other generators for the purposes of this application. We obviously have a lot of other generators lined up in terms of our long-term plans and the procurement that's underway with them, but they're not the basis of this application. So when will trading commence? The funding's available, the people are available, it's all ready for construction. Like I said, there's just a few items needed that can only be completed once the license is granted. So the urgency around the license is very high, and it's also going to be impacting some of our other projects that we will want to close by the end of the year. So granting of license, we request for as soon as possible. The issue on cost savings, how can we achieve a cost savings? I think that's the beauty of renewables. Renewable energy is currently producing at a very cost-effective price when you're procuring on wholesale. So by us buying from wholesale generators and slicing it down into smaller retail size fractions, we can give our customers access to the pricing that you get from bulk buying on supply that they wouldn't normally get from a small generator. So that really helps make it cost effective. It's also reliant on the wind and the sun. So in terms of ongoing operating costs of fuel source, it's pretty light. Contrary to that, coal and diesel is exposed to international market prices and movements that's often impacted by geopolitical forces, especially for diesel. So there's no exposure to that. So from a long-term perspective, it's a very good thing to have in the country to control costs across the board. But it enables greater cost savings for all our customers. And we only offer customers products that will save them money. We don't charge them more than what they would have paid normally. I think I've completed the answers to all your questions. Was anything that I responded on unclear?
I think you responded even to Mr. Mkhize's question, which was about the status and the risk associated with Project Viking. I think that's been responded to. With no further questions from members, we really have to actually thank you, Ms. Harris, for coming through. However, you've noted the line of questions from the members. If you have any information further to provide to supplement your application, I really appreciate that. I do want to say, though, that it is concerning that there seems to be a lot of delays on our side. So if you could also indicate, if you could, possibly to indicate where we could improve our processes, I really appreciate that, because it's clear if you have got someone that applied in May of 2023 and still haven't granted the license in July of 2024, that there's something that is amiss there. If you don't mind, if you can assist us to highlight those areas, we'll really appreciate that. But thank you for your presentation.
So much.
Thank you. All right. Now we move off now to the third presenter, which happens to be Eskom. We've got two presenters from Eskom, Ms. Nazo Grootboom and Mr. I'm assuming it's Mr. Motlako Masikela. If I can just see both. I saw Ms. Grootboom, I think, coming through at some point, but can I maybe just see you? If you can switch on your videos, please. Let's start with your videos before your presentations. And you clearly have a few.
My apologies. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Okay. Can we then start with you? Can we start with the swearing-in process, please? On the screen it says Motlako Masikela, but anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Can we start by then asking the question? Do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
No, Chair.
In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. If you kindly raise your right hand. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence that you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I confirm, Chair.
For the record, kindly state your name, the organization that you represent today, and your designation in it, please.
My name is Motlako Masikela. I'm representing Eskom. I'm from the distribution division, Chair.
Thank you. I can see Mr. Etzinger as well. Is he going to be assisting you?
Yes, Chair. He's going to be assisting me. He'll be presenting the import and the export portion.
All right. Can I then ask if I can ask you, Mr. Etzinger, if you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
No objection. Good morning, Chair.
Thank you. In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
For the record, please state your name, the organization you are representing today, and your designation in it, please.
I'm Andrew Etzinger. I'm an employee of the National Transmission Company South Africa, owned by Eskom. And my position within the company is General Manager of the both the Energy Market Services Department as well as the International Trader, and it will be in the International Trader capacity, which I think I will be before you this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so very much. As you are accustomed to this process, at this time you've got 15 minutes for your presentation, both of you. And your 15 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will start on my side. I will present on the trading portion, as I've indicated that my colleague Andrew will present the import and the export section, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Eskom will want to welcome this opportunity by the regulator to present the applicants that are before the regulator for consideration. Chair, the position by Eskom is that all activities carried out by Eskom under its existing license, including trading, import and export of electricity, are licensed as contemplated in the ERA. Eskom trading services to its customers is incorporated and informed by the NERSA rules on licensable area of supply as stipulated in the distribution license. Trading license as applied for by the applicants who will, upon the issuance by NERSA, enable the holder of that licenses to sell electricity to Eskom existing customers. Chair, this according to Eskom, this arrangement will result into 2 or more licenses supply in the same area or customers within another licenses area of supply. In 2020, Chair, NERSA approved and issues rules for licensable distribution area of supply, which prohibited the following activities. Licensees supplying the same area or customers within another licensee's area of supply, except for legacy cases. Licensee electrified end users and or customers within an area that is eligible for licensing simply to pre-book that area. Licensees lodging a dispute on unlicensed electrified area after the supply is energized. A licensee supplying an area that qualified as a licensable area without NERSA approval. Electrification of municipal rezone area done without invitation by a local or metropolitan municipality. Licensee giving potential customers, existing customers, or standalone customers exclusive supply condition for provision of electricity supply. Chair, Eskom Holding is objecting because the NERSA approved and issued rules for licensable distribution area of supply, which prohibits 2 or more licensees supplying in the same area. So, Chair, it's on that basis that Eskom object to the granting of those trading license by the applicant. Chair, the rules define licensee as the holder of a license granted or deemed to have been granted by the regulator under the ERA. The trading license applicants will, upon the issuance of the license, fall within the ambit of the licensee as defined in the rules and its prohibition as I've outlined earlier, Chair. According to Eskom, this will lead to the following: compromise of the efficient, effective, sustainable, and orderly development and operation of electricity supply infrastructure, cherry picking of customers as evidenced in one of the applicants' application that they will not supply residential customers or small commercial customers, but large power users and bilateral customers. Chair, this arrangement will need to be properly managed by the regulators to avoid the uninterrupted consequences. Chair, the Eskom's view that NERSA need to take the following into consideration when assessing the applicant's trading license application. 1, the prohibition set out in the rules as I've outlined earlier, Chair. NERSA need to set out a clear process and requirement regarding the taking over of existing licensees' customers. Chair, is on that basis that Eskom is available to assist or take part in the process that the regulator may undertake in relooking at these rules. Chair, in the current rules and the tariff decision, accommodation is made for cross subsidies for certain tariff categories. If a group of contributing customers, like the one that now the applicant, they've indicated that they intend to take over, are removed from this cross subsidy base, it will exert further pressure on the remaining customers. Having said that, Chair, Eskom object to the granting of the trading license where Eskom's customers will be taken over. So I am done on the trading portion. As I've indicated, Chair, my colleague Andrew will take it further on the import and the export portion. We have already submitted our detailed comments in writing to the regulator, Chair. Andrew?
Thanks, Ms. Lachhoff. We can then proceed to the next slide, which would then touch on the imports and exports. While we're waiting for the slide to come up, Chair, in short, the NTCSA has no objection to the issuing of import-export licenses. In fact, when we applied for our own import-export license, NERSA asked us at the time whether we're applying for an exclusive license, and we indicated no. So that is in short our submission. The second aspect of this is to say that through our fairly extensive experience on the international trading side, I think there are a number of complexities that would need to be taken into account in the environment, and we would be very happy, Chair, to work together with NERSA in putting in place the required processes and systems and whatnot to make sure that it's a well-managed process. We have made written comments, and I'll just quickly summarize on the screen the topics that are in our written comments. But once again, Chair, we would be very happy outside of this meeting to assist at a technical level with sharing our experience, I think, which would be very helpful to NERSA in moving forward on this one, should NERSA choose to proceed with issuing the licenses. But in short, I think that the topics really are, firstly, in terms of connection and use of systems. Can we just go back to that previous slide for us just for a moment? Okay, while it's coming up, it's really about making sure that the costs are fully recovered. I think when we've had interactions with some traders, they've really seen that they would be buying from A and selling to B, but had not in all cases, but in certain cases, had not taken into account that there would actually be connection charges to use the grid. There would be use of system charges. All of these, it's important that they be explicitly indicated that to any potential trader that they would be eligible for these, and there would be payments made. There would also be time required to process applications as well as to actually construct any connections to the grid. All of these take time, and again, I think we've seen that certain traders have been ambitious is great, but I think that perhaps unrealistic at times. So I think it's important from an education point of view that those be brought through before unrealistic promises are made on either imports or exports. Secondly, in terms of metering, very important that this is different to the normal South African scenario where we do need to make sure that the meters on the other side of our border are in place to obviously just to measure power flows, and this is not always a simple matter. You can't simply just walk across the border and read a meter. That can be complex, and I think just to point that out. In terms of capacity allocation, as with bid window 7 and trying to get that up and running, a similar type of scenario. The interconnectors in the region are not that large in terms of capacity. And exactly how one would decide that one trade would have capacity and another one wouldn't. Okay, this is a situation we face in South Africa as well, but it would be very prevalent. So you'd also, and I see on the agenda, Chair, that you've got the Southern African Power Pool coming through later, but you've got the Power Pool, which would be scheduling transactions of members of the Power Pool across those interconnectors, so which takes precedence of a bilateral trade here or a power pool trade or some pre-existing contractual arrangement entered into over multi-years with the neighbouring utility, etc. These are matters. It's not impossible to overcome, but need to be very carefully thought through, Chair, to make sure once again that there's order and we don't land up with legal disputes around these. The next around balancing and inadvertent energy and how the Southern African power pool works or flows is power generally just flows across the region, and afterwards there's a recon and everyone is supposed to pay what they pay, but they do in certain cases and they don't in other cases. And we use euphemisms such as inadvertent energy and imbalances and all that, but it's just at certain cases amounts to utilities just taking power which they're not entitled to and which they're not paying for. So it is a major headache. And once again, these cross-border trades could get caught up in this inadvertent energy and balancing problem that we're currently encountering at the moment. We're going to have to figure out how exactly this can be done and how we can put a stop to this and create order. But once again, perhaps this is a question that Wilson from the power pool can answer. The risks associated with trade, as with any trade, I think the cross-border traders would need to be alive to those. I pointed out some of those risks. And then ultimately, Chair, once the power is in South Africa, again, there would probably be a trading license necessary, referring to Mashlago's side of the presentation. So I'm simply addressing the import-export component of that. So, Chair, in summary, we're very happy to support the applications, and we're very happy to assist NERSA and traders to get everything in place, the rules in place. Once again, we burnt our fingers quite a lot. We've got some good lessons and case studies to share, which we would be very happy to do. Chair, I think that is in essence the submission from the NTSA. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you, Ms. Masekela and Mr. Ertzinger. You gave us 5 minutes or 4 minutes back, and I was kind of wondering whether it's because of the pressures of time that we may have imposed on yourselves. And I'm hoping that with the next presenters, we don't impose. You do need to communicate your point across. Apologies if we are imposing a difficult time on you, but we need to actually hear your case properly. Apologies for that, but I think you both were rushing through your presentation. With that taken, though, members, we've got the presentation from Eskom for us. If you have any questions for Eskom. Mr. Mfiza, first.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to the presenters. Without really going to a lot of other questions.
Yeah, so it's working with me.
I will look at just one aspect. Since all these applicants, somewhere they need in the process of preparation for lodgement of the applications, they have to engage with Eskom. Just would like to know as to what was this communicated to the applicants, and what was actually decided upon, or what was the point of landing with regard to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I allow Madam Maseti, there seems to be some kind of background noise. If you can kindly mute yourselves, please, so we can stop the we don't disturb the speaker. Over to you, Madam Maseti.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I just want to start maybe from the beginning, just to understand Eskom's position here. Is Eskom appearing before NERSA for applying for the trading license here, or Eskom is here to provide comments and record its objection in terms of the other traders that might be operating in the areas where Eskom has a distribution license? I think I would like to get clarification here, just so that I can understand exactly what is Eskom seeking from the energy regulator today. So that for me is the first question. And then the second question that I have is with regards to the objection that has been put by Eskom. I'm not understanding the substance of that objection. If Eskom, for instance, says it already has a trading license or is already executing trading activities, I think there's a slide that seems to suggest that in the presentation. And now Eskom is saying regulator do not allow other traders to take over our customers. I'm not sure if an economic regulator that is also responsible for competition matters and to make sure that there's competitive prices in the market, that such a regulator can then block that, no, these customers are reserved for this licensee. I think it will be wrong. And I think also just to clarify also in terms of the Competition Act, Section 4(1)(b) of the Competition Act, where it talks about the fixing of trading conditions. That's the first thing. The second thing, fixing of pricing. And the third thing is allocation of markets. And the allocation of market is with regards to allocation of geographic operations, as well as allocation of customers or the volumes. So that becomes a problem then if the regulator that is also responsible for ensuring competitive environment or mimicking competitive outcomes, that regulator then can say, no, these customers are for Eskom, and you're not supposed to make any effort in the market to get those customers from your side, which is something actually that we're supposed to be encouraging as the regulator. So what is Eskom suggesting here? That customers should not cherry pick, and customers must not take over Eskom's existing customers. I'm not sure where would we get the powers to do so. If Eskom can clarify, where do we get the powers to block competition and to say these customers must not be theirs, and therefore these customers must be reserved or allocated to Eskom? Don't tamper with those customers. I'm not understanding that aspect. Otherwise, if that were to be done, it will be frowned upon in terms of Section 4(1)(b), which avoids any allocation of markets, meaning allocation of customers to competitors. That's the question that I have on that. Then Eskom also is talking about compliance with the EPP insofar as recovery of all costs is concerned. I just want to understand here, because I think this is something that you want the energy regulator to take into consideration here. So I just want to understand what are these other costs? I've seen that you talking about the connection cost, that's fine, but what are these other costs that you are concerned about, which NERSA must make sure that it does not overlook them, and that such cost in the pricing of the renewables by other traders, NERSA takes it into consideration? If you can be clarified there, so that NERSA makes sure that its analysis will be in line with what the EPP stipulates. Then the other question that I have, I thought Eskom is sort of a separate entity, maybe not a separate legal entity, if in terms of the shareholdings, but it's something that we must still deal with it. But with the existence of NTCSA, is it proper for Eskom to now start talking about the issues of the connection cost, especially if you are going to be competing with other traders at a retail level or at a trading level, Now you are stating all of the issues of other costs that must be imposed to your competitors or to your potential competitors in terms of the system of use and all of that, whilst the ESCOM is only supposed to be confined to generation at this stage. And yes, there's also a distribution that I understand, and to the extent that you are also participating in the trading. Please explain whether these are things that should be stated by ESCOM or the NTSA, if that can be clarified. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Maseti. Maybe can I just pose a couple of questions of my own this time? So can I start with, as a follow-up with the question that's just been asked by Madam Maseti? You know, Mr. Ertzinger, I'm always confused nowadays when we're talking to, are we talking to NTCSA or are we talking to ESCOM? So is the objections that are being raised here, are they objections that are raised by ESCOM or are they raised by NTCSA, considering that these two are totally different persons, at least legally? Or maybe you can clarify that, or are they? So that's the first question for me. I guess the reason why I'm asking is because both entities do hold trading licenses. There is a trading license issued to NTCSA, but ESCOM historically always had a trading license. So who exactly are we talking to? If you can clarify that. The second question talks to the Act differentiates between distribution and trading. So the concerns raised by Madam Masigela, for instance, on the area that is allocated to one person, is that not in respect of distribution, and distribution in the manner in which it is described or defined in the Electricity Regulation Act? Or is it not your understanding that there is a separation between, and somebody needs to, even if it might not be explicit, like in the case of the NTCSA, but needs to own these two separate licenses, a distribution license in the manner which is defined in the Act, as well as a trading license? Or in your mind, is that the same thing? Maybe if we can clarify that says, for instance, we've got traders here who are applying, and yes, ESCOM or municipalities may hold a distribution license in the areas where the traders may be operating or sitting or seeking to operate. The question is, they're applying for trading. To what extent and why would you see it as contravening any of the conditions or the areas, the exclusive areas that may be given to particular distributors in the manner in which the Act is defined? So that's the second question that I have. I guess the third question for me, it links very much to this one as well. That says, in your view, and it's just an opinion here that I'm seeking, do you believe that there should be one trader for one distribution area? And is that supported by the laws, specifically the law that we administer, the Electricity Regulation Act? And if so, if so, how do we give effect to this? And is that, for instance, been indicated in terms of everybody? We just said the previous applicant, for instance, that's applying for a national trading license. Now, do you believe that the trading license should be specific to a particular region? And if there's already a trader in that region, that you can't grant another trading license? If you can assist us with that. The last question, I think it's just an opinion, Mr. Ertzinger. You do indicate there are lots of risks of under recovery and over recoveries in respect of SAP. So clearly there are SAP issues. Don't you think that we should start somewhere and then learn together? Do you believe because those risks are there that we shouldn't begin the process of all of us learning together and then writing the rules as we proceed? So those are the questions from me. Again, as always the case, we have 10 minutes to respond to the questions. However, you can choose to then respond to some in writing or all of them in writing, or you can write later to actually provide an expanded response. But over to both of yourselves, if you can assist us with those. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's Ms. Masekela. I will try to respond insofar as the trading application is concerned, but I can confirm that ESCOM will reserve the right to supplement the questions in writing within 7 days as per the NERSA guideline. Chair, the first question was whether there was any engagement between ESCOM and the applicant. Chair, we have checked our record. There's no such engagement that has happened between ESCOM and the applicant. The first engagement is through this presentation where ESCOM is objecting, Chair. And then the second question was whether are we supporting or we are objecting? I can confirm that as ESCOM, we are objecting to the granting of the trading license, as I've indicated earlier to say, we are seeing for the first time this application through the NERSA advertisement. Then the third question, Chair, there was a question on the issue of an area of supply, where we were asked as to whether is ESCOM anti-competitive or what? Can the regulator say no? There must not be any entries to a particular area of supply. Chair, our objection is on the strength of the rules that has been approved and published by NERSA, where the rules clearly indicate that there shall not be 2 or more licensees in one area of supply. So our definition of a licensee, I've indicated in the presentation to say the holder of any license granted by the regulator is a licensee. Hence, we are saying on that basis, we cannot have 2 or more licensees supplying in one area of supply. So as I've indicated earlier to say, we don't object to the amendment of the rules, and ESCOM will participate should a need arise that NERSA may ask ESCOM to comment on the new rules that may allow maybe traders to get a license within the licensee's area of supply. But as things they stand, Chair, the rules don't allow that 2 or more licensee cannot supply in one area of supply. So that is the strength of our objection, Chair. Chair, in my room, I'm with my colleagues, Vernon and Hendrik. Can they want to assist in responding to one of the questions? Is it allowed, Chair?
We'll actually have to swear them in first before they can respond. However, before we do that, can I just recognize, I see Ms. Massetti has got a follow-up question, perhaps immediately, now that there's a break. Ms. Massetti.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, it's a quick follow-up. I just want to understand the objection, whether the objection is in terms of just one application for trading, for a trading license, or ESCOM is objecting to all of the trading applications that are in what ESCOM views as the area, as its areas of supply, if that can be clarified. And secondly, Chair, this issue of the rules, I'm not sure whether we're talking about rules that were developed in respect of the distribution or just all of the licensing requirements, or rules pertaining to the consideration and assessment of trading applications, trading license applications. So if that can be clarified in terms of the rules that they are relying on for the objection. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As you've indicated, Ms. Gela, that you would want to be assisted, can I, however, ask that you go through all of the questions that you can respond to, and also Mr. Ertzinger will respond, and then we'll come back and actually swear in Vernon, and if that's acceptable, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's acceptable. I will just respond to one. The rest will respond in writing, taking into consideration the time constraint. Chair, I can confirm that we object to all the application insofar as ESCOM area of supply is concerned. It's not one applicant, but all the applications. Because we were not consulted and there's no consent from ESCOM. Hence, I've indicated that we are seeing this application for the first time through the advert by NERSA.
All right, thank you.
We will respond the rest in writing. I'll hand over to my colleague, Andrew, to respond on the import and the export.
Chair, on the import-export, again, the NTCSA has no objection. So, Chair, I think you'd used the phrase "let's learn together," and I think that's exactly what we're proposing, Chair. That we go down this road together. Once again, we've got we do have good case history and experience, which I think would be useful to NERSA in navigating this path, and we just indicating that we would be very happy to assist, Chair. So that's as far as that is concerned. And effectively, there's two aspects. So there's a license request that is brought for trading, and our distribution colleagues for Eskom Holdings are objecting to that. The second part was for the import-export license, and the NTCSA within Eskom is saying we support that. So it's both on the one hand for the one application not support from Eskom Holdings, but on the other from NTCSA on the import-export we do support. So just in terms of the cost recovery, that again, the point that I was making, or Chair, or trying to make, was that for any importer or exporter would still need to cover their share of costs as per the EPP. I'm not suggesting at all that costs be amplified or exaggerated at all, other than to say that it's not just about the cost of energy crossing the grid, but it's also the cost of connection. And once again, I'm perhaps quoting recent instances where within the international trader, some traders approaching us were quite surprised. They thought the grid was coming for free. So it was just to point out, that they will need to cover their share of the costs, as we all do. So, Chair, I hope I've clarified the questions which were specifically put to me. Thank you.
Thank you to Eskom. As you were clearly, you are an incumbent in this place, and you've got a lot of experience. We really appreciate your further input on this. So whatever that you can provide in writing to assist us as the regulator in arriving at the decision, I do really request that you consider this issue in terms of the ERA, the Electricity Regulation Act, which separates the licenses, the distribution license from trading. That if you can provide us guidance on that, and your views thereon. And also in respect of these costs, so you can clearly identify, based on the numbers that have been provided by the applicant, if you can indicate where perhaps they may have underestimated costs, so that those costs can then be looked into. And basically what we're saying is that we really appreciate if you can provide us with further inputs on this within the 7 days that we always grant people. I'd like to thank Eskom for the presentation, and if we can then step off Eskom, and so we will then consider the next presenter that we have is Tantra Thakur from Africa Green Co Group. If I can see you on the screen, please, if you can switch on your camera.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, good morning. Please accept our apologies, but it will be myself presenting on behalf of GreenCo together with 3 other members of the GreenCo team. So over to you, Chair, but apologies for interrupting. Just wanted to make that clarification.
All right, no, thank you. Just as a start, as you know by now, do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
I do not.
In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I solemnly declare that all the information declared will be truth and the whole truth.
Thank you. For the record, please state your name, your organization, and your designation in it, please.
So my name is Anna Haiduka. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Africa GreenCo. And we are responding today to our request for 2 licenses, namely the trading license and import and export license. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, you've indicated you've got 2 other people. Would you want them to be sworn in, or would you be responding, or would you be the only one speaking? Maybe they'll be supporting.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be supported by our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Johannes Barke, and our trading manager, Mr. Longo, and our head of business development, Mr. Wezi Kondwe.
I guess I'm really just asking in terms of process, whether should I swear them in or you think that you will do all the talking?
Apologies, please kindly swear them in.
All right, maybe let's start with yourself, Johannes. If you can maybe just indicate, do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
No, I don't.
In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence you're going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, kindly state your name and the organization and designation in it, please.
My name is Johannes Barke. I'm a director of Greenco Power Services, Pty.
Thank you. The next person is Mr. Longo, you said? Anna.
Please.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Longo Chela.
Okay, Mr. Longo Chela. May I just see you on the screen, please? I see that you are in a boardroom. There's a lot of you. You are not very visible. I see your hand, but okay, now we can see you. Do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
I do not.
In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence you're going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, it is.
For the record, kindly state your name and the organization, and your designation in it, please.
My name is Longo Chela, trading manager, Greenco Power Services Limited.
Thank you. And is there anybody else that will present?
Yes, please, Chair. We have Mr. Wezi Gondwe, the head of our business development.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Gondwe, if we can then swear you in. Do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
I do not.
Thank you. Please then raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence you're going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do declare that the information I shall give to the panel shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. For the record, please state your name, the organization, and your designation therein, please.
My name is Wezi Gondwe. I'm head of business development at Africa Greenco, or Greenco Power Services Limited. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now that we've disposed of those formalities, can we now look? We've got 15 minutes, I think, and I say it's not a lot of time. So I think if you can just plan your presentation appropriately. I know you're applying for 2 licenses, so we're not going to necessarily hold it against you, but we do have the clock. Unfortunately, we're fighting against the clock. If you can just try to fit your presentation in the allotted 15 minutes. So, but you can try. But can I then hand over back to you, and then you can start with your presentation, please? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're delighted to be here with you today. Africa Greenco is the first SADC and Southern African Power Pool trading member, a market participant of the Southern African Power Pool. We're very excited to have applied for our 2 license applications, which are being considered today, because of the exciting developments that we see in the South African context over the past year or 2. Significantly, we can see a clear move away from what is currently a predominantly single buyer model, which has significant fiscal negative impacts on the national treasury of South Africa. In the recognition of the fact that we need to install more renewable generation capacity in South Africa, we are very excited to see that the central theme of the electricity bill is to shift away and transition to a competitive energy market structure. This, we truly believe, will increase more generation capacity and will attract the very necessary new players in the sector. The same messages were recently given by the National Treasury of South Africa. The second context is also quite important. The electricity bill itself, which has gone through significant public consultations over the last 1 year and would recently pass by the Parliament in South Africa. We know the objective of the bill, but it's also important to remember that the current existing Electricity Act also supports opening of the electricity market. Indeed, in South Africa, we are excited to see that the regulatory environment for third-party wheeling is supported by both constitutional provisions and existing policy instruments. Municipalities themselves are empowered by the Constitution to regulate matters related to electricity reticulation. And there's a number of different grid codes and other regulatory rules which assist in ensuring and endorsing non-discriminatory grid access. These policies really do ensure the applicants such as ourselves to apply for licenses, to increase the development of the market, and to ensure that load customers in South Africa have the freedom to engage in bilateral arrangements with third-party generators or traders. In addition, the electricity pricing policy itself underscores the obligation of network owners to provide access to their networks. We truly believe, actually, that network services are posed to become the primary revenue service for distributors as can be seen from the rest of the world. And we take note of Eskom's comments earlier today that it's very important that they are compensated appropriately for such services. We indeed would like to thank Eskom for their invaluable collaboration to date. We have reached an agreement on the standard offer PPA with Eskom recently to supply them from our first portfolio in South Africa. And of course, we should like to thank the NTC SA team to date. And to remind the market that currently there are already 6 traders fully licensed in South Africa, including Eskom. We are very excited about having the opportunity to present today because we see this incredible convergence of interest and regulatory harmonization benefits and support for competition, not only in South Africa, but in other countries of the Southern African Development Community. We believe that South Africa can really optimize and utilize the regional demand outside of South Africa alone through the Southern African Power Pool for its own benefit to attract more investment within South Africa and therefore decrease the amount of fiscal impact South Africa itself would have to shelter for new energy sector investments. So it's a hugely attractive opportunity that we are trying to bring together through our experience of having participated in markets outside of South Africa. So outside of the context, who are we and who is Africa GreenCo? We are a creditworthy buyer of renewable energy. We are a reliable service provider, as mentioned, the first market participant on the Southern African Power Pool, having obtained our membership in October 2021. The obtaining of the membership to the Southern African Power Pool is an incredibly inclusive process, meaning that all Southern African Power Pool utilities have to support your application to become a member. Most importantly, we were allocated 3 utilities to assess our application with comprehensive due diligence, namely Eskom, ZESA, and ZETDC in Zimbabwe, and ZESCO in Zambia. And those utilities supported our applications across the different levels of the Southern African Power Pool. And ultimately, in October 2021, we obtained unanimous consent of all state utilities, members of the Southern African Power Pool, for our market participation approval as the newest member of the Southern African Power Pool. We are fully licensed in 3 countries in the region. In Zambia, we have a procure, supply, and trade license issued in 2022 of a 20-year duration. In Zimbabwe, our similar license was issued this year. And in Namibia, we have an export license issued last year. In South Africa, we have incorporated last year, applied for our license, says the 2 licenses discussed today last year, and have signed a number of initial agreements, which we will go into very shortly. So this just showcases some of the current regional licenses and sub-membership that we have. In terms of the GreenCo team, we have a very comprehensive team of more than 30 people. We very rarely outsource anything outside the Greenco team, because we are working and have worked very diligently to have an incredible organizational excellence within the team itself, in order to have the relevant regulatory, financial, risk management, trading, and business development expertise. The ladies and gentlemen on this slide represent the current South African senior team that are in charge of development of our business model in South Africa. We are supported by some of South Africa's key development institutions, and our payment obligations are guaranteed by Garantco, which is the AA- international credit rated entity, meaning that we can support our claim that we are a credit-worthy buyer with the relevant financial risk mitigation that these investors and our guarantor of the payment obligations bring to the table. In terms of BBE, we are extremely passionate about BBE. We overall have a team that is extremely diverse already. Currently, we have a BBE contributor level 4. We are in negotiations to further ensure that that level continues throughout the future of our operations in South Africa. And we are a proud member of the Yes for Youth South Africa. What are the key value adds of Greenco? It is really our regional regulatory setup and expertise, being the pathfinder, making sure that these precedents that we're putting in place are truly ones that work for all stakeholders in the market. The market is opening up, and we all have a collective responsibility to ensure that it opens up in a way that no one will damage the reputability of its opening. And this is why we are and have focused on setting up our regulatory experience to that degree. As mentioned, we have our financial strength, without which we couldn't claim to be a bankable and credit-worthy buyer, and without which we couldn't attract that investment in South Africa, which is much needed. And we have our operational excellence, because this execution is all about operational excellence. If we don't have it, if we haven't had tested it, we would not be able to confidently claim to yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, today that we can deliver for South Africa what we are claiming to deliver. Why is this financial value adds for South African market so important? Because 70% of the cost of renewable energy generation is the cost of debt. The more creditworthy we are, the more financial support we give, the more affordable that cost of debt and the more affordable that underlying electron to the market is. As mentioned, to be considered creditworthy and bankable by the lending community, major banks in this sector in South Africa, we have very well-rated and creditworthy long-term development partners of South Africa as shareholders, ensuring that you are comfortable that there is no fly risk, that we are here to stay and here to contribute. Our payment obligations are guaranteed, as I mentioned, by Garantco, which is a Fitch and Standard & Poor's AA- rated guarantor, giving a lot of comfort to the lenders. And the current investment amounts raised by us allow us to currently commit to buy up to 300 megawatts of new generation capacity in South Africa. That is from our shareholder IFU in the amount of $6 million or 110 million rand, Infraco Africa in the same amount, and Garantco guaranteeing our payment obligations currently sized at $27 million or 500 million rand. We are finalizing additional capacity at the moment with the USDFC in the amount of $40 million or 740 million rand, and the European Commission in the amount of $55 million and its rand equivalent. This will allow us to provide total capacity support to buy from over 1 gigawatt of new generation from Q1 next year. I will not go into this in a great level of detail. I trust that you have received the supporting letters from the largest institutions in the country, Nedbank and Standard Bank, that are confirming our analysis on the bankability of our power purchase agreements. In terms of operational expertise and value add, As I mentioned, it's equally important as our financial support. If we do not have the ability to execute, we are effectively just having a story. Our operational value add to the South African market is of key importance to us. As mentioned, we were the first trading market participant member of the Southern African Power Pool, having been accepted with unanimous consent of all state utilities. We currently have 50 gigawatt hours of cumulative trades recorded as of June 2024 on the sub-competitive market, mainly the day-ahead market, and we have a very comprehensive energy trading and risk management system and energy trading team in place. Through Chair, I should kindly like our trading manager, Mr. Long.
To the House. So the question then arises, how does this distill on an operation and trading level? And so the Greencore functional trading desk really reflects some of the latest thinking and innovations in physical commodity houses. And you typically have your front office, mid office, and back office. So it ensures the full functionality of trading is housed in those different functional areas. So our trading philosophy is really anchored and underpinned by being able to have robust and precision trading systems that are supported by seamless procedures and workflows. And in complex trading systems, these are of key importance, and being able to have this is of key importance as well. Beyond systems and procedures, one thing that we have really built at Greencore is being able to have a seamless interaction between man, machine, and procedures. At the core of it is energy trading system that enables the end-to-end execution of deals. And therefore, you have there on the next slide, the IT infrastructure that speaks to this as well. I'll hand over back to Anna to lead from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through Chair, may I kindly ask Mr. Johannes Barker, our Chief Operating Officer, to take us through the objectives of our trading license and import and export license.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to use the opportunity to talk a bit more about the underpinning projects for our license and our clients. Here for the trading license, we have signed PPA with EMEA Power, I think a very well-known and reputable developer that was also successful in multiple REIPP rounds. And we're speaking here of an 85 megawatt solar project in Northwest Province. This project is well advanced. The cost estimate letter has been completed, and EMEA has applied for a budget quote and paid the budget quote fee. So the next step is really for us to get the trading license to allow the project to proceed. With Standard Bank, there's already a mandated financier ready, and we are looking forward to reach financial close on that project very, very soon. As our clients, and I think Sibanye-Stillwater as our client for this project is already also represented and will maybe speak later in this session. But Sibanye-Stillwater will be the off-taker of the power. Then we have, of course, the underlying agreements in place when it comes to the project, when it comes to grid connection agreement and so forth. So this is, I think, the initial project for our trading application. We speak later a bit more about our pipeline and the future. Additionally, it's important that there is an agreed standard offer program, PPA with Eskom in place. So these work in parallel, allowing us to provide a flexible solution to our client, Sibanye-Stillwater. Maybe on the next slide, we dealing a bit more with the import-export license that is based on our sub-membership. So a lot of the day-to-day elements are governed by the sub-rules, and we have been engaging with Eskom nearly since 2 years to work on a system operations agreement that governs the details when it comes to scheduling. The underlying generator and supplier will be solar project in Botswana, Tati Solar, for up to 60 megawatts for imports in South Africa. We believe it's crucial to also allow for imports to support the energy situation in South Africa. While there's currently no load shedding, I think it's crucial that we get additional support to stabilize the situation going forward. Of course, SAP is also acting as a potential supplier and a customer. allowing again Sibanye-Stillwater to have flexibility and to achieve their goals, which is mainly the CO2 reduction, security of supply, and security and certainty of the tariff. But I will allow them to speak on their behalf. Maybe on the next slide, I would really like to put this here in a diagram. We have Tati Solar and our client, as well as the access to the Southern African power pool. Maybe also to comment on some concerns raised from Eskom, which you can see on the next slide, is that what is a crucial document for the interaction in cross-border trades is, of course, the sub membership, the underlying sub guidelines and rules, as well as a system operation agreement. A system operation agreement deals with day-to-day scheduling, notification, nomination, reconciliation, and so forth, but mainly it also focusing on balancing. So there's a balancing framework that allows to really hourly scheduling for the injected power and provides a framework to also compensate the utility for their services. And I think this concept is rather new for South Africa, but it's a key requirement for any sub-trades, because there needs to be a clear balancing responsibility structure, which we in this agreement, I think, have achieved. So we are very happy to continue to work with Eskom to also address all these concerns on the operational implementation, because I think we have some international experience with trading cross-border trades on a day-by-day basis, and have already set up similar structure which are up and running. So maybe I'll stop here, and thanks so much. And through the chair, maybe I would like to hand over to Wesi Gondwe that speaks a bit about the future. Of course, when it comes to the timing of our license, we hope that we can complete the process by August to start implementing as soon as possible in continuous close collaboration with Eskom. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Hans.
I have allowed a few more minutes. If you can maybe just try to.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Wesi Gondwe will conclude, and hopefully only 2 more minutes necessary. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Chair. And to round off our presentation this morning, I think just to reiterate, again, through an in-house developed procurement platform and process, Greenco has attracted tremendous interest from the IPPs in South Africa that are interested and are looking to engage with Greenco as as an offtake of power from them. They're very energized and very positive, particularly in respect of our ability to de-risk their projects, both through their financial de-risking instruments, the liquidity buffer that we have mentioned, as well as through our operational capabilities. So we believe this adds yet another dimension and avenue for developers in South Africa to also manage their concentration risk and trade with a bankable IPP. I think over on the next slide, just touch upon what this means for Greenco as a regional player looking to enter the South African market. We believe Greenco's action and entry very much accords with the founding spirit of SAP, i.e., to increase regional power trading, integration, and ultimately security of supply. And we believe the South African market, ultimately our customers, will benefit from the ability to draw on resources and both generation capacity that is developed offshore or in other markets in the region that they can tap into through traders such as Greenco. It also facilitates for more optimized investment in the necessary infrastructure to continue expanding the regional market rather than doing so on a purely national basis. Would just like also then to just summarize those outcomes there as benefits to our customers, the ultimate goal of whom we exist to serve. Also important to note that as a trader, we are also very keenly aware of the challenges that variable renewable energy presents to the market. We've talked about balancing frameworks that fairly will compensate the system operator for providing such a service, but also the integration of battery storage to provide smoothing, whether that's through the IPPs that we are engaging with who already have battery permitted or will integrate battery at specific sites. But as Greencore, we look at this more on a portfolio or system basis where we will use battery storage, for optimizing our supply, both in terms of smoothing and profile matching of our customers. We talked about the benefits and the results of that integration that I mentioned. So it's harmonizing again with the regional integration plans, working through SAP and other regional bodies, and ultimately resulting in increased generation capacities and delivering certified clean power to our customers ultimately. And finally, I think just to reiterate the broad support and welcome that Greencore has had in the region and in particular in South Africa, and that spectrum covers both government and regional entities like the RERA, the British High Commission, through their DFIs respectively, such as Infraco and IFU, whom are current investors who are looking for that transformational impact beyond just generating more capacity, but really helping with the just transition that is fundamental to successfully and sustainably reaching the stated goals of the South African government, including commercial banks who are supporting us. And that rounds off the presentation, Chair. Thank you very much. That is a view of our wider team. You may not be able to see all of us on the video, but that is the diverse and growing team of Greencore. Thank you very much, Chair. With your permission, I'll hand back over to Anna. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Greencore team, and over to you, Chair.
Thank you so very much, and I apologize for pressing you. Unfortunately, we do have time constraints, and but nonetheless, I think I hope that we allowed you time to actually to deliver the message you wanted to deliver today. With that, members, you've got the Greencore presentation before us. Any questions for Greencore? Show of hands, members. Any? Mr. Mkhize?
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to Anna and the team for the presentation. I'm not so clear as to what has prevented them from engaging with Eskom, as Eskom has already said the same. I'll say Eskom/NTCSA for now. I just want to get maybe clarity there, because maybe some of the things could have been resolved coming to here, or there should have been some kind of alignment. And then the general was this going to touch on issues of healing and all of that. What are the? I think it's also going to be important, not necessarily here, but to share maybe lessons learned in other jurisdictions, as well as the challenges that are faced with regard to the tariff, the billing tariffs, so that they can kind of also be of assistance in terms of considering them in our jurisdiction. I will leave it at that for now, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Madam Maseti.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Anna and your colleagues for the comprehensive presentation. The first question that I would like to get clarification on is it relates to the point you made in the presentation on short-term power to reduce curtailment. I just want to understand, how will this work, and to what extent will that affect your customers? For instance, here in South Africa, I'm much more interested in the effects within your areas of supply in South Africa. When you say that you will be looking at a model that will ensure short-term power supply, and so that you reduce curtailment, how are you going to do that? I think it will be very much interesting, especially if, for instance, there's a need to dispatch power at that point in time, and how you will do then make arrangements, with the the grid or the grid operator. That yours must not be dispatched and whatever. So I just want to see how that is really going to work in terms of the planning and also from a perspective of your customers. Yes, I understand the importance of really avoiding curtailment because of its inefficiencies and the wastage of the renewable energy when it might be needed by customers, but then it gets curtailed. That much I understand, but I just want to see how this part is going to work. And then I just want to also understand in terms of your sources of supply, being a sort of a regional player here, as you are the member of the SAPP. You mentioned one source now, but you are looking at various sources. I'm not sure whether that will be a long-term goal from your side, but looking at the capacity that you are seeking to unlock as of Q1 of 2025, how would you then deal with that 1,000 megawatt that you are aiming to bring online by Q1 of 2025 if you are only going to rely on one source of supply, being Amia Power at the moment, as opposed to diversified sources of supply? If that can be clarified as we are looking at the capacity that you are looking at bringing on board in 2025. The third question that I would like to understand is the timing of your BESS, your investment on BESS, as to when is that going to happen. I'm looking at it from the perspective of the reliable and consistent supply to your customers, and be able to ensure flexibility when it is required, and also making your energy available to the market as and when it is needed. So I would like to get an understanding of that. The last question, Chairperson, that I have is just on the commencement of the trading. Activity. When is Greenco expecting to kickstart the trading activity, but also perhaps the import as well as the export activities? When are you expecting to start those? What are some of the requirements that now you are waiting for you to be able to kickstart all of those processes? Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Massetti. Just one question for me, I think, and the team. It's more on the process. If you could just assist, I know you've said you've been engaging with this process for over 2 years. It just seems a little lengthy. And can you is it possible as part of this, if you could assist us so we can optimize on the processes going forward? If you can just indicate where the bottlenecks in the process are for us, and also maybe if you can volunteer some kind of proposed solutions. We are, after all, here to serve. But to take 2 years for an application is a bit lengthy. So if you can understand, if maybe you can indicate to us where these bottlenecks are, and also just to indicate what you possibly you think the solutions to those bottlenecks would be. But over to you. As indicated, we've got the questions. We can respond to them verbally now, or you can choose to respond in writing. You can supplement them as well later. But over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for these wonderful questions. We have, I think, 7 questions in total, and I will start with the first question for Mr. Mkhize on the Eskom collaboration to date. We are surprised by Eskom's comments on the distribution side that there has not been collaboration to date. Indeed, as mentioned, our SUP application itself was supported by Eskom at all levels, including at the executive level. In addition to that, we have agreed with Eskom the standard offer PPA, ensuring that our new supply to the market doesn't only go to private sector, but that we supply the public sector's participants as well. And also to ensure that we support the development of new offerings, such as the standard offer by Eskom as the key player in the market. In addition to that, the collaboration with the system operator and currently the NTCSA team has been very strong on the back of our almost agreed system operations services agreement. We've had really fantastic collaboration over the past 1 year and very regular one. So that's all I would say, that from our perspective, the collaboration has been intense and very positive in its intensity. In terms of the question 2, I believe, from Madame Massetti on sharing lessons learned in other jurisdictions, that is a very important question. We have seen the markets opening over the past couple of years' time, starting with significant regulatory changes in Zambia, followed by Namibia through the introduction of the modified single buyer model, and all linked to the SAP. I think the lessons learned are really this move, both internationally and regionally, towards making sure that the relevant entities within the state utility, whether they be bundled or unbundled, get compensated appropriately to monetize their networks and their services. We truly believe that long gone are the days where the IPP can connect to the grid of a state utility and the rest is effectively the utility's business. Because what that has caused is a challenge on the utility side to be compensated appropriately for all the balancing and other services that it is performing. So a lot of lessons learned on how to appropriately change those tariffs and make sure that new system costs, wheeling costs, etc., are being compensated appropriately. We truly believe in the importance of that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yeah. Lovely. I would then like to also myself take question 7 from the chair in terms of process on with NERSA. We applied in May last year, and to be honest, the environment is changing very rapidly. And I would say that the NERSA team has been supportive throughout the process on trying to really help and guide us. The length of the process is perhaps unfortunate, but we understand it from the perspective of the fact that the new electricity bill was being passed through consultations, and the fact that the regulator really does need to be comfortable that the relevant participants that enter the market truly do add value and can execute what they're trying to claim that they can execute. So from that perspective, perhaps I would actually compliment the NERSA team for helping us deliver appropriately and get us to this stage. And then through the chair, if I could please pass it on to Johannes from our team to respond to Madame Massetti's question on the impacts and benefits of short-term power to reduce curtailment and its impacts and effects on the customers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, of course, a curtailment for an operating business is causing a lot of stress and financial implications. And I understand there might be at the moment discussions to see if bilaterally wheeled power from an IPP can be recognized in the curtailment notice and the amount of curtailment a customer has to comply with. That's, I think, an ongoing discussion as part of the System Operations Code and the wider grid code. And I think our focus is to say one thing is having existing IPPs and PPAs that are already part of the dispatch structure in Eskom, but why not also utilizing new electrons, fresh energy for that particular hour and that constrained time from the sub-market as imports to alleviate the constraints for the client to allow them to operate as smoothly as possible. So while we understand certain regulatory steps still need to be taken, we still see that this is a major benefit if that is passed through the regulatory steps. That would be my answer. Thank you.
Johannes, perhaps I can just add to that and link it to question 6 on the commencement of the trading activity. Namely, when is Greenko expected to kickstart the trading activity and the timing of it? We would really hope that we can do so immediately. You will hear from our first customer and supporter of our license application, Sibanye-Stillwater, in terms of their own wish to start taking advantage of those services and showing the benefits and the appropriate precedents for the market development to follow. In terms of, we have 2 other questions, and through Chair, I should like to ask Mr. Wezi Gondwe to answer on the timing and alignment between the supply and capacities that we are bringing on board and the timing of our best deployment. Over to you, Wezi.
Thank you, Anna. So very quickly, Chair, starting with the question of the timing. Our procurement rate and scaling up is very much tied to the quantum of capital that Greenko raises for its liquidity buffer, both through the equity that is invested by our equity investors and the additional financial instruments, such as the guarantee from the European Union, as well as the standby or debt-like structure from the DFC that we are in the process of finalizing. That then dictates the available capital capacity. So as of Q1 next year, when we expect these financing negotiations to have been concluded and the agreements in place, we will be able to turn to the market and demonstrate that the capacity is there for us to contract power. So as opposed to delivering over 1 gigawatt in 1 quarter, what we are saying is we'll have the capacity from Q1 next year to effectively contract or sign PPAs aggregating to just over 1 gigawatt. The delivery of those electrons will be staggered over multiple months and flowing even into 2026 and 2027, depending on the size of the project and the complexities thereof. For example, wind, we'll probably see the first deliveries towards the end of 2027 and into 2028. So that is the context, and I hope that provides the clarity in terms of synchronizing the raising of capital, the signing of PPAs, and the delivery of power. And just quickly moving to the question around the sources of power. As a regional player, what we see as beneficial, especially when we talk about baseload, we see projects in the region and in various markets that, when developed or considered purely at a national level, are oversized and are a challenge to develop with a purely market context or national context in mind. But when developed with a regional context in mind, that power is then distributable across the geographic expanse of the SAP. And we believe, in particular, baseload, hydro-generated baseload, would be highly beneficial and welcome in South Africa, as has been indicated to us by customers. As you have seen, Tati Solar in Botswana is also a purely export designated development that would have its generation or output designated to the South African market. And within South Africa itself, the various IPPs that we're engaged with are geographically dispersed and, as mentioned, are in the process of getting their licenses and grid access approvals from Eskom. So it is a truly nationally and regionally diverse pool that we are tapping from, with diverse generation resources that will complement and go into a pool that is truly optimized for regional supply. On the battery, very quickly, we are engaged with IPPs in South Africa who, in addition to their PV and wind generation, have also incorporated permitting for battery storage, and we will in the first phase add that battery to our offtake from them to optimize the injection into the grid and match our customer profile in a portfolio fashion. But also worth noting that Greenco, through a separate special purpose vehicle, BatteryCo, has already initiated development of its own battery portfolio, starting in Zambia, where we have partnered with our national utility here, ZESCO, in a JV to develop what would be the first utility scale battery. And we will bring learnings from that together with other technology partners and operational partners to start implementing our own in-house battery storage portfolio in South Africa. So that is where we stand, Chair, on those questions, and trust that some clarity has been provided. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess you've responded, I think, Anna and the team to all of the questions. But if you want to supplement any of your responses, please feel free to supplement those. I'd like to thank you, and on behalf of NERSA, I'd like to thank you and the team for the presentation. And
thank you.
If we can then stop. Yeah, thank you. If we can then start off that one now. If we can now go to the next presenter. By the way, I'm just going to push through without a break. I'm assuming that because we are online, people are able to take a break at will. So I'm just going to push through so we can try to at least finish on time, or at least reasonably close to the time that was set for this for the engagement. So the next presenter is Mr. Elijah Sichone, and if hopefully I said I pronounced your name correctly, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong. I see you are on the you switched on your camera. Thank you for that. Do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
No, Chair, I have no objection whatsoever.
Thank you. In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information or the evidence that you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
In that case, kindly state your name for the record, indicating your name and the organization you are representing and your designation therein, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I think let me also recognize the NERSA panel, and indeed cordial greetings to all the other participants. Elijah Sichone is my name. I serve as the Executive Director or CEO of the Regional Energy Regulators Association of Southern Africa, in short, RERA, which is based in Windhoek, Namibia.
Thank you. You have 15 minutes for the presentation, but I guess if you are not sure whether you are making a verbal input or you've got a presentation, in which case we can share the presentation. But we've got 50 minutes for your input. But if you can give us any time on that, we really appreciate that. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I do promise to assist you with time, and I'll make a verbal presentation, the notes of which I can avail to you in case you need it for the record. Just to also start by introducing RERA, so that I think you just get a sense of what RERA is. RERA is a subsidiary organization of SADC, established in July of 2002, which association is actually now transitioning from being an association to the SADC Energy Regulatory Authority. It will be abbreviated as RERA when that is done. This follows the approval of the framework and roadmap by the ministers responsible for energy in December of 2021. We have 4 objectives, the first being that of capacity building and information sharing, facilitation of electricity sector policy, legislation and trade, and also the third being consumer protection and communication services. And the last but not the least objective is that of regional regulatory cooperation. Chair and panel members, let me preface RERA's support for a green course application to NESA, for the mentioned licenses that Greenco itself highlighted by stating or indeed alluding to some of what I would submit as the pertinent decisions of the ministers, SADC ministers responsible for energy. First and foremost, I would like to bring this hearing to the fact that we do have the approval of the target regional wholesale electricity model. And we have an implementation plan also approved as part of that. This is part of the initiative that was funded by the US government, basically that espoused the market and investment framework for the SADC power sector. So in short, I may refer to it later on as the M&I framework. Now, what this framework approved by the ministers in June of 2016 basically does detail how we see the regional market evolving from the national level and how it cascades to the regional level. And basically what this target wholesale model envisages is the opening up of the markets at national and regional level to other participants, such as the independent power producers. You can term others as wholesalers, traders, or aggregators, as the case may be in a particular jurisdiction. Chair, I would submit that we are seeing, I think those countries, some of them were mentioned by Anna during her presentation, that Namibia itself has what they call a modified single buyer model. And again, the domestication of this market and investment framework is also supposed to be national context. In other words, you take into account what the prevailing context within a particular country are insofar as domesticating it. So we do have Namibia that has what is commonly referred to as a modified single buyer model. And again, we heard that Greenco is licensed. Then we do have Zambia, again, where they are licensed. And of course, we are seeing very positive trends in South Africa itself that do talk to this M&I framework that was approved by the ministers in 2016. Chair, I would also like to bring the hearing to the fact that in 2016 itself, there was a recommendation by the ministers responsible for energy that we need innovating funding mechanisms that could help us, attain sustainable finance investment in infrastructure projects. This recommendation arose from a workshop that was held to address the energy crisis in 2016, which was called by the president then of Botswana, General Kama, under the theme Accelerating Energy Delivery and Access to Water Resources in the SADC region, a collective approach. I should also highlight to the public hearing that the ministers responsible for energy in the region have reiterated the need for member states, including South Africa, to domesticate the market and investment framework. And this, restating or re-aging of the member states, this was done in Malawi in December of 2021, and more recently at a meeting held in Rwanda, Angola, on the 30th of May 2024, basically indicating that markets at national indeed should evolve into the regional competitive market as envisioned by the SAP. So, Chair, the decisions basically from the ministers arose mainly from the recognition that the public sector is limited, in terms of its ability to finance the much needed energy infrastructure, and that they do recognize also that most member states cannot provide government guarantees because of the limited fiscal space, or indeed not being able to, take on any more contingent liabilities. It's also out of the recognition that most state-owned utilities do have a very weak balance sheet to be able to basically support, the financing of the much-needed energy infrastructure. But also it was a recognition that opening up of the energy market to other participants, could also assist in mobilizing the much needed financial resources as part of that broader collective approach that was basically recommended, at a June 2016 workshop that I've already alluded to. So, Chair, in support of the implementation of the SADC ministerial decision, we've also done other things that I would like to bring to the attention of the meeting or public hearing, in that we have developed a framework for regulatory oversight for the energy market with the support of the EU. And again, as part of that framework, we do address issues to do with licensing from the perspective of international trading, whether it's import or export. That oversight framework was also approved by the ministers responsible for energy in December 2021. We've also developed a regional grid code, and this was approved by the ministers responsible for energy on the 30th of May 2024. This regional grid code basically has the effect of giving legal effect to the sub agreements or documents. And again, member states, based on the decision by the ministers, are expected to domesticate, this regional grid code, talking to quite a number of other subcodes, such as the planning, operations, connection, information exchange, metering, and the market. So these are the subcodes of the regional grid code. We are in the process of further consulting and indeed finalizing some model guidelines and agreements pertaining to the implementation agreement, power purchase or supply agreement, connection agreement, interconnection agreement, and the wheeling agreement, because we do recognize that negotiating these agreements from the scratch, I think, has taken long or takes long. And therefore, we hope that starting from these module agreements, at least it would reduce the transaction cost for, the participants or indeed the players in the industry. So, Chair, basically on behalf of RERA, let me affirm the support for the Green Core model, its leverage of the Southern African Power Pool, and facilitation of more regional energy trade and regulatory alignment. It's also our view that the Green Core, approach is an innovative model that could dramatically strengthen the enabling environment for infrastructure investment in energy projects within the SADC region and unlock large amount of private capital required to assist in bringing the much needed new generation capacity. Against this backdrop, Chair, RERA strongly supports Green Core's application to NERSA for the mentioned license, and it is our considered opinion that what Green Core is trying to do is responsive to what I've highlighted by way of the ministerial decisions that have been made. We submit this, Chair, for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chane, for your input. And yes, if we can kindly submit that to us for the record, we would really appreciate that. The email has been provided on the chat. If you can email it to walter.mabunda@nersa.org.za. Thank you, members. You've got an input from RERA. Any questions, Mrs. Chane? Mr. Mkhize?
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks, Mr. Sean. I note the support that is being put forward by Mr. Sean. I just want to request that maybe by way of writing, if you can provide, it can be a question of lessons learned, because there are other jurisdictions that the supply is already, or the trading is already taking place, and then also to indicate other concerns, irrespective from which side these could be coming from, whether they are on the consumer end side. I heard they were going to provide battery energy storage systems, if those have been provided in other areas, to ensure that then there's security of supply, in times when the power is not available, as well as maybe some of the issues in terms of the wheeling arrangement that have worked better in their space, you know. So for me, it's those are broad issues that I think will assist us going forward. I don't expect necessarily an answer here and now, but if you can just include that in the written submission to just help us to understand the point of support, and I think that it should also be important to understand if the competitiveness is actually coming from the competitive prices offered by the applicant vis-a-vis the Munich or ESCOM, or is mainly from the benefit of just purely decarbonizing by way of using clean or green energy to the grid. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Madam Assetti.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Sejone, for the presentation. Given the fact that the Greencore is the member of SAP as presented earlier, I think it's important then, for clarity purposes, that we understand how the allocation of the capacity is going to work at SAP. I think that becomes very important so that it does not impede the advantage and the positive or the critical role that the regional energy network should work, especially if others were to obtain in the region the opportunity of getting projects that are bankable in the region, and also projects that will actually deliver lower prices for consumers. I think that's what we need to make sure that we protect, you know, in terms of those that can come up with bankability of the projects, and also lower prices for consumers, so that energy can move from one point to the other point. And that's where the critical role of the regional energy network is. So from our perspective, as we're looking at the application and the fact that Greencore is the member of SAP, we would want to understand whether there will be a fair access and a fair allocation of capacity within SAP, such that there are no behavioral entry deterrent for other players or other initiatives similar to Greencore that may want to utilize the services. Can we get that assurance? And I know that SAP is also going to come through in terms of their presentation. We would like to also hear from their side as to how the issue of allocation is going to work, that there will not be a reservation of capacity only for the members, but they will allow that the energy network be utilized in an efficient manner and allow other competitive initiatives to be integrated or to have access. And then the second thing that I would like to just understand is the available capacity in terms of sort of the transmission grid at SAP in taking up these projects or integrating the renewable energy projects into the grid, so that energy can be supplied to different regions within the southern African market. If that can be clarified in terms of the capacity that we have, or any challenges with regards to the grid, if any. And then we would also appreciate, as a third point, whether there's, I don't know, the document that you referred to, whether it does address issues of non-discriminatory provision of the the grid. I'm not sure whether it's in the grid code, but if that aspect of non-discrimination is one of the principles that are incorporated in the grid code, that will be appreciated. And the fourth thing for me is on the issue of the regulation of curtailment. How will that work? Or how would that be managed, handled, or regulated, just to make sure that there are no projects that are going to be disadvantaged and others be given a preference? Those are the four issues from my side that I would like to get clarification on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Massetti. I hope you got all the questions. You will respond to those that you can respond to directly. You do have 7 days to actually provide the additional information and, of course, your input to us in writing. But over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, panel members, for those questions. I think with regard to the questions and issues raised by Mr. Mkize, I will indeed include them in my submission that we'll be making to yourselves within the stipulated, 7 days. There are indeed lessons that we can draw from other jurisdictions, including the concerns and also issues of wheeling. Also, I think have been quite topical. And I know that I think the Zambian case, so far as negotiations are concerned between Africa Green Co and ZESCO, I think those are also worth highlighting. But indeed, even in Namibia as well, we do have experiences that we could share, I think, more comprehensively by way of, that write-up that we provide. Now, the competitiveness is actually both in terms of pricing, I would imagine, and also from the aspect of decarbonization. Because one of the things that most countries actually look at when approving some of these models or the participants is the value addition. And I think in the case of the Africa Green Co, because we've been associated with this initiative from way back as 2016 as RERA, the issue around value proposition was, I think, interrogated at length, and there was justification that led to the eventual licensing or indeed commencement of the operations in Zambia. But again, we will be able to provide the write-ups. I just thought I could just shed a bit of some elements on that. Now, insofar as the questions are concerned, raised by Madam Massetti, the issues around the fair allocation of capacity, I think SAP has the market guidelines, that are also very clear. But also, we do have the market surveillance, within SAP itself, that basically monitors the behavior of the market operator itself and also the market participants. And they have the market surveillance within SAP has a geo-reporting. It reports to MENCO, Management Committee within SAP. It also shares reports with us as RERA. And I think as and when there are practices that are undesirable, we should be able to deal with those particular entities, be it the operator itself or the market participants, based on the agreed SAP protocols. So we do have market surveillance for that, just to make sure that the behavior is indeed not against the market. The issues around the availability of capacity, the transmission capacity, admittedly, this is a very big challenge within the region, and we do have transmission constraints. And again, there are lessons from Namibia itself, where the regulator has licensed almost capacity close to 1,400 megawatts, and yet what NamPower thinks is available capacity, for international trade is only around 122 megawatts or thereabout. So clearly, not just from the Namibian perspective, but the region as a whole, we do have transmission constraints. And I believe when Wilson perhaps intervenes on behalf of SAP, he would also talk about the regional initiative that RERA is also very much involved in, being the regional transmission infrastructure financing facility that aims to try and address the transmission bottlenecks that we're experiencing. The issues around non-discrimination, these form part of the regional grid code, and indeed it is an important principle that is part of the regional grid code, and we will be happy to share. And as part of that, I think it also addresses elements of curtailment, but we've also recognized that there's further work that needs to be developed, a framework for curtailment, and I know that the SAP also has a project that aims to try and deal with the aspects of curtailment, which aspects will also indeed provide inputs from a regulatory perspective to make sure that it is there. So, Chair, I think just to give a bird's eye view response, if you like, to the comments, this is what I would say at this juncture. But more details could be part of the presentation that we will submit to yourselves for consideration. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much from Raira for your presentation, and we're looking forward to your further input in writing in support of your current input, your verbal input. We'll really appreciate that. We thank you on behalf of NERS.
Thank you, sir. And
thank you. Thank you. We are running almost an hour behind schedule, which is at least in terms of the plan that we had. Hoping that we'll make up time at some point, but without necessarily impacting on the quality of inputs. I really don't want to interfere with that. But if we can gain some 1 or 2 minutes there and then, we really appreciate that. Now, the next presenter, I've been trying to say the name. Hopefully I'll be corrected when she comes on the screen. I think it's Miss Ina Hosha, but you can correct me, please. I've been struggling with your name. Yes, but okay, no, thank you. Can I start here by, let's just go through the formalities. Do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
No.
Okay, in that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information or the evidence you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. For the record, please state your name so I can even get to know how you actually say your surname properly, your organization that you are representing today, and your designation in it, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Ina Hosha, so very well pronounced, and I represent EFO, the Investment Fund for Developing Countries of Denmark, which is a development finance institution of the government of Denmark. And you let me know when I can.
All right, thank you. I don't know if you're making a PowerPoint presentation or just putting a verbal input, but you've got 15 minutes for your input now.
Wonderful. I will do a verbal input and I'll keep it brief to kind of save you a few minutes as you requested. As I mentioned, I'm the Global Director for Climate and Water Investments at EFO. EFO is a 55-year-old organization, a development finance institution set up by the government of Denmark, which is probably everyone in this virtual room knows has been very supportive of South Africa's journey towards energy independence and renewable energy. And EFO mostly invests in developing countries, and South Africa is one of our priority countries, given also the, as I mentioned, the sort of long history of support from Denmark for South Africa. EFO has been a investor into Africa Greenco since 2019. And I myself personally, on behalf of EFO, also sit on the board of Greenco, setting up strategy and agreeing the strategy for it. And we're very pleased and very hopeful about the journey that Greenco is bringing into the region, both in terms of the regional integration of power, but also especially for South Africa, given the high demand for power. We really truly believe that this innovative business model will both bring new generation online, but will also create a better cost of energy by pooling sort of renewable resources from hydro in Zambia to wind and solar in South Africa. So bringing the entire sort of resources of the region who will hopefully also have an effect on the cost of energy. As mentioned, and who's also on the call are the Danish ambassadors to South Africa, and has also been very involved in supporting the organization, and we just remain very, very hopeful that this two licenses, export-import license and the trading licenses, would be approved and would fully support that process on behalf of people. That was it for us, and please, if there's any question, we would be very, very happy to answer them.
Thank you so very much for living to your promise of giving us a few minutes back. Thank you for your input. Members, any questions for Ms. Hosha? By show of hands? It doesn't seem like there are any. I guess it was the input was clear and your support is clear. And if you feel like you need to give us something in writing, please feel to do that. And in terms of the support, yeah, and basically any information that you believe may assist us in terms of us making a good policy decision, would really appreciate that. Thank you.
I absolutely will, and I will do that so in writing as well. I mean, maybe just one more line for me to explain what I will actually send also in writing is that, I mean, one of the reasons why Equal has been an investor in green coal is also because the model exists in the northern European countries, of which Denmark is a part of. There is a northern power pool, and the Southern African power pool was designed sort of very much similar to the northern power pool. And I think what we have seen here in Denmark, Germany, Sweden, and Norway, which are the member countries of the Northern Power Pool, is that that regional integration has really, really been very key in sort of in the higher penetration of renewables. I mean, everybody knows that, for example, in Denmark nowadays, we rely 100% on wind. But what it doesn't say is that we can only do that because we actually have also buy power from Norway, which also has lots of hydro, which also allows us to then sort of smoothen the quality of the power. So just to say that there have been other examples of success, and of course, you know, every region has their own challenges and risks. So it's not sort of a copy and paste, but it is an important sort of lesson learned that we have from the Northern Power Pool here in Northern Europe. And we really do think that could be a lesson learned also for the Southern Power Pool and South Africa. But I will share more information on that in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you. So we got a few minutes back, members. If we can then move on to the next presenter, is well known to us, Ms. Ethel Telia. If I can see you, ma'am, on the screen. Okay. Thank you. I can see you. Can I just start with the formalities? Would you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
I do not.
Thank you. In that case, for some reason, I can't see you on one of my, I've got two computers running. You're not visible on the other one, but you are visible on the one. Sorry. Okay, great start. No, that's fine. In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information or the evidence that you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. For the record, if you can just state your name, the organization that you are representing today, and your designation therein, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ethel Telia. I'm a director of Lungiswa Energy. I'm today representing Energy Exchange of Southern Africa, which is a licensed trader, as an expert witness for them.
Thank you. You've got 15 minutes. I don't know if you're making a physical presentation or just a verbal input, but you've got 15 minutes. And your 15 minutes can start now. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Yes, I will be making only verbal comments. Good afternoon, regulator members and attendees. On behalf of Energy Exchange of Southern Africa, we would like to thank NERSA for the opportunity to participate in this forum. We would first like to indicate the reason for our presentation today to NERSA.
The NERSA notice of this hearing references City of Ekurhuleni areas of supply in the Vitality Green Trading License application. Energy Exchange of Southern Africa has customers located in Ekurhuleni and would like to raise that the process of access to distribution networks is unclear. Energy Exchange of Southern Africa is currently effectively being denied access to customers in municipal distribution areas. And distributors, large metros in particular, have indicated that lack of approved wheeling tariffs by NERSA prevents them from entering into use of system agreements. That's why we are alerting NERSA to this issue. We just also want to state that we are not representing any other traders, but they are likely to face similar challenges. As you are aware, Energy Exchange was licensed in 2022, and it explicitly welcomes competition in the sector. We believe that traders provide much needed liquidity in the electricity supply industry, especially in the transition to a multi-market, as envisaged in the ERA Amendment Bill and also the current Act. So I just want to place it on record. Energy Exchange is not objecting to the application by Vitality Green Proprietary Limited. However, some issues are raised in that context. The addition of a trader with access to municipal customers provides an opportunity to highlight and explain to you the asymmetric application of the Electricity Regulation Act to different market participants. In particular, we are concerned about the enforcement of NERSA license conditions and the ERA pertaining to network operators. And then we're talking about transmission and distribution operation license holders. In our view, just as we understand is the case for the NTCSA and Eskom, municipal distributors should be licensed as distribution operators, which is the wires business, and as traders, which is the selling of electricity or the trading business. And municipalities are, and there was reference to this earlier today, where Ms. Musetti asked if municipalities are not competitors. Municipalities acting as traders are competitors to other traders, but they are also importantly providers of essential facilities. So it has already been established by some of the previous speaker that licensees must provide non-discriminatory access to the grid. I thought we should just quickly reiterate in terms of Section 21 of the Electricity Regulation Act and Section 27. There is plenty of jurisprudence. One case I can mention is NCP Chloorkamp versus NERSA and others. There's the policy, DMRE's electricity pricing policy of 2008. There are codes, NERSA's approved distribution code, and rules, NERSA's regulatory rules on network charges for third-party transportation of energy. So we believe that that regulatory framework clearly sets out that access to the grid is a non-negotiable. However, the absence of approved wheeling tariffs is currently cited as a reason for non-completion of use of system agreements, effectively thereby foreclosing the distribution market to traders. As you are aware, NERSA requires use of system agreements to be entered into by trading applicants with either the transmission or distribution grid providers. And that is in addition to the expected anti-competitive conduct by network service providers that always happens in a market in transition. So we were surprised and alarmed by comments made by Eskom regarding exclusive areas. There's a clear separation in our understanding between Eskom Trader and Eskom Distribution. And we also wanted to just clarify that the rules referred to by Eskom are distribution network rules and not trading rules. So we are concerned that there may be a disregard of the Electricity Regulation Act and the regulatory framework developed by NERSA. So as we've indicated, the Electricity Regulation Act and NERSA's license conditions clearly enable competition over a network. And the corollary to the Competition Act is very clear, where the Competition Act talks about an essential facility that needs to be established to be essential. The Electricity Regulation Act has enshrined this as a network to which non-discriminatory access must be provided. So the competition questions raised by Regulator Member Masetti and Chairperson yourself, Mr. Kumede, you were quite right. Distribution and trading are different, and the network operator that indicated exclusive access to customers is possibly confused. But this is exactly why NERSA was established. And we would like to express our support for NERSA in enforcing the law and the license conditions, because clearly the industry, as it goes through the transition, needs the regulator to assist it. We also wanted to point to protection provided to different players in the regulatory framework. Energy Exchange of South Africa's license conditions clearly protect customers. There are license conditions regarding pricing. They also protect network licensees in that connection agreements with network licensees must be in place before a trader can be licensed. But traders also need, especially new entrants, small traders also need protection. We just want to refer to NERSA's trading license application forms. It requires traders to submit a use of system agreement with the municipality or Eskom, and confirmation by the municipality, and I know this is an old form, but you might not be aware, it has this exact phrase, for handing over the customers to the electricity trader. And this suggests or implies that there is some preordained right to these customers for the municipality. That, in our view, is not the case. There may be an exclusive right to the distribution area, but not the trading services or the customers. So despite the fact that license conditions indicate that non-discriminatory access must be provided by municipalities, municipalities can effectively pick and choose who to enter into agreements with. And clearly, Ms. Masetti earlier mentioned that municipalities have an advantage in competition with traders. We see that clearly in our day-to-day dealings. Now, what NERSA could perhaps look at is the absence of publicly available access procedures per licensee. We are aware that NERSA in the gas network, the piped gas regulation requires that gas network operators have publicly available access procedures, and that for complaints, traders and customers can contact the regulator, etc. We're missing that last step in the process in electricity regulation. Also, the absence of approved wheeling tariffs gives some distributors a reason to effectively deny access. So perhaps you're not aware, but there's a lot of confusion out there as to whether or not access should be given and whether or not tariffs are regulated, and if it effectively means that if you do not have an approved tariff, does it mean you may not allow access? So the plea by Energy Exchange then is that traders are worthy of some protection in this stage of the electricity supply industry transition towards a market. As anywhere else in the world that has gone through this process, incumbent network operators have little incentive to provide access as required. And we also want to clarify that we're not talking about commercial disputes. We're talking about fundamental aspects of access in regulated markets in which reforms are being implemented. So we would like to support NERSA and indicate that it should feel emboldened to enforce the Act and its license conditions on distribution and transmission network licensees to ensure that there is mandatory non-discriminatory third-party access, it's quite a mouthful, to all eligible market players. And we also believe that municipalities in particular should have transparent processes and approved, regulated wheeling tariffs, and that it is made clear that the absence of approved wheeling tariffs cannot be used as a means to prevent access. So advocacy and communication by the regulator are key in this regard. So the proposal from Energy Exchange for Southern Africa to NERSA is then, if you could please consider three aspects. guidance to the industry on matters of access. So we would like you to be vocal and advocate for non-discriminatory access, however you may be able to do so. But to also direct distribution licensees in particular to publish their network access procedures based on the distribution code and on the license conditions. We also request that you indeed regulate wheeling tariffs, and mind that Section 4 of the Act talks of regulating tariffs, not so much approving, which is a more light-handed approach. In our view, wheeling tariffs, yes, they must be applied for, they must then be set, and they must also be enforced. That is critical in the transition to a market in electricity. We also would like to encourage NERSA to undertake investigations and inquiries, also in terms of Section 4B of the Act, in response to market players' complaints regarding access, but also on its own accord. We believe NERSA has the power to intervene when access is unduly withheld. That leads us to the third aspect, which is enforcement of license conditions. I think the industry looks to NERSA to hold licensees to account. You can investigate or you can request proof of compliance. License conditions imposed on network licensees are particularly important in a market in which there was previously a single buyer and an incumbent that was vertically integrated, that now has to provide access to competitors. By not enforcing those access requirements, the status quo will be maintained, and some market participants will, in fact, obtain preferential access to the detriment of others. Those were all the notes we wanted to present to you today, Chairperson. The management of Energy Exchange is also on the call, so we are happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Atel. There's a bit of feedback. I think there's more than one. There's more than one computer which is feeding. There's something that's feeding back. All right. Anyway, can I then just invite the members of the ELS to ask questions of clarity or to comment on the input made? Madam Maseti.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and thank you to Ms. Tellier for the presentation. Just to understand the impact of these applications, particularly the one in Ekurhuleni, whether EESA is affected by the notices that NERSA published with regards to the application that you mentioned earlier for Ekurhuleni. I just want to understand in what way, if your client is affected, if you can just clarify that so that we can get a better understanding of the issue and how to address the issue. I think that is important. And then I think it will be also appreciated if you can clarify whether you view the distribution network owned by the municipalities as essential facility and the market on its own as a standalone market, I think within the municipal boundaries, so that we can understand whether the traders, especially if the traders can be in a position to operate in different municipalities, given the nature of the trading being at the national level, but also you have your sort of, I would like to say, your geographic markets that are classified in terms of the distribution that is given to the municipalities. So if that is the case, can we really regard the the municipal boundaries or the distribution licenses as essential facilities, such that then competition will then be looked at in terms of those boundaries as market segments that may prevent entry, and also there are competitive concerns that may have to be addressed there. I think that question becomes very relevant in the way that the energy regulator needs to view this. I think those are the two critical questions that I just want to, so that we understand the approach that you may be advocating for in terms of what the regulator needs to look into as concerns in the market as we are undergoing market reforms and transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Assetti. Any further questions from members? If none, it seems like those are the two questions, Madam Tillier, if we can just respond to those.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Regulator Member Massetti, for the questions. I think it's no secret that you are passionate about competition issues, and I think that is indeed what is behind the whole regulatory framework and why the regulator was set up. Let me first address the matter of standing. So what sparked Energy Exchange of Southern Africa's interest in this hearing was the mention in NERSA's notice that customers in eKurhuleni would be supplied. And we looked at the application forms, and it talks about municipal consent. And so in this case, Energy Exchange of Southern Africa has customers in eKurhuleni and would like to access those customers, and is finding that there are many obstacles in practice in doing so. So that's why we explicitly indicated that this is not an anti-competitive ploy where Energy Exchange is saying don't license them. What we are alerting you to is the fact that the access to distribution networks is fraught with problems, and we would hate to see an asymmetric application of the law to the detriment of licensees. There might be some confusion in this regard whether or not the customers are actually municipal licensees, and if there is wheeling, so perhaps NERSA could look into that. Obviously, a lot of the information is restricted and confidential. Then your question around essential facilities, thank you for that question. So I think we know that in a situation of concurrency of jurisdiction between a sector-specific economic regulator, and in this case NERSA for energy, and an economy-wide regulators, in this case being the competition authorities in South Africa, there will be areas of overlap. And my reading of the Electricity Regulation Act, and I'm not an attorney, I'm speaking here as an expert, I'm not giving a legal opinion. My reading is that what the Electricity Regulation Act sought to do is to enshrine the essential nature of those facilities and elevate that aspect so that there will be no confusion. The competition authorities do not have to do an investigation as to establish that these are essential facilities. The non-discriminatory access requirements are in the Act, and they are pervasive. They are pervasive throughout the other policy documents. So we've mentioned Section 21 of the Act. A distribution licensee must provide non-discriminatory access and conditions of service to a customer unless NERSA has approved objectively justifiable and identifiable differences. So the similarity here between the Electricity Regulation Act and the Gas Act is 100%. The Gas Act also distinguishes between the network and the molecules. So does the Electricity Regulation Act differentiate between network and electrons. So talking about whether or not these are different geographic markets. Absolutely. Municipalities have 100% of the geographic market for distribution network services, not for trading. And so in order for anybody to access that market, they would need to go through the incumbent. And that's why we believe it's so important that NERSA is consistent in licensing traders and municipalities differently. So municipalities, where they are network service providers, must be licensed as distributors. If they also sell to customers, which most of them do, they are acting in a capacity of trader. And so the precedent set established by the licensing of the NTCSA as a trader with a trading license and as a grid operator and as an importer-exporter has established that principle. Now, that principle must also be applied, in our view, to distributors. What we find perhaps confusing or frustrating is that we look to NERSA to then enable that access. But we find that often NERSA adds inadvertently, I'm sure, to the hurdles. You will see it in the licensing processes where the emphasis is on, does the municipality agree, rather than the emphasis being on, as a licensee, the municipality should provide access and we will enforce that. And similar concerns. And so we also see this in access to other grids. You've heard from other licensees today that they believe they have exclusive access. This is clearly a huge task and a huge problem for the regulator. And we admire the problem with you. We're glad we're not you, but we wanted to alert you to this problem because we don't know how else you will find out that there are these concerns in the market. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam. I actually didn't ask any question because mine was I wanted to then say at the end that quite clearly, and the players are actually our eyes out in the field, and actually you are the ones, because you are on the ground, you are the ones that are actually interfacing with the rules that we put up and also these application procedures, that we will really appreciate any input, for instance, on the issue that you raised, the wording that you use for handing over customers. I mean, that kind of wording can't be. It's unfortunate if it's there, but
it's old. It's old, Chairperson. I'm not accusing you.
So we are all learning. We are all migrating from a vertical integrated utility to a single buyer. Now we are going into this multi-market environment. But even with these bilaterals that are emerging right now, even before the market is established, that we are all learning. That therefore we would really appreciate any input from your side, especially because you've also sat on this side of the table, so you would understand exactly what are the issues that we are dealing with. So we'd really appreciate any of the inputs in writing. I'm hoping that whatever input that you provided today has actually been submitted as well in writing on behalf of the Energy Exchange of South Africa. But if not, we'd really appreciate you submitting that and any other further clarification on the issue that we may need as we actually make this decision in the next 7 days, please.
We will do so, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, this concludes the input from Ms. Tellier or from Energy Exchange. We now move on to SAP. Mr. Wilson Masango, if you can just show yourself, sir, so I can actually. Thank you. I can now see you. Let's go through the formalities first. Do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
No, I don't.
In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence that you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
For the record, please state your name, the organization that you represent today, and your designation therein, please.
Thank you. My name is Wilson Masango, the Chief Engineer Markets at Southern African Power Pool, SAP picks up.
All right. No, thank you. I'm not sure if you are providing a verbal input or you're going to be making a presentation. But in this case, if you are making a presentation, I hope you've been given rights to present, but you've got 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think I may have some presentation, but I'm not sure because of the time now if it is still okay to make such a presentation.
You've got 15 minutes, so if you
yeah, let me see if I have the rights.
Yeah, it's sure. It's coming up. Yep, it's showing. Please proceed.
All right, thank you. Maybe I just do a brief intro on who SAP is, and then provide a few remarks in terms of our support for Greencore in terms of their applications in these hearings. So the SAP is a subsidiary of the Southern African Development Community, SADC, comprising of the 12 mainland countries. That means at the moment we are not yet covering these oceanic states, but there is a plan to then also cover those in the future. We are hosted by the government of Zimbabwe as an international development organization in Zimbabwe, covering roughly around 350 million people and counting, with an installed generation capacity of around 80 gigawatts. When you consider all 12 countries, and an operating capacity of around 48 gigawatts and peak demand of around 50. We were created in 1995 at the SADC Summit, where member governments signed the IGMOU. The key objectives included coordinating and cooperating in the planning and operation of the power system. So it includes the generation and transmission planning, as well as all environmental issues, to ensure that members fully recover their costs and share equitably in the resulting benefits, and also to coordinate and cooperate in the planning and development of a regional electricity markets to improve access to electricity in the region. To enable us to operate at a regional level, you will all note that each member country has their own legal framework as it relates to the operation of the electricity supply industry. But when it comes to cross-border trading, then we've got, especially as it relates to sub-trading or sub-power exchanges, we have then the governing documents, which I have shown here listed, maybe not going in detail through them all. The Intergovernmental Memorandum of Understanding is what established the SAP, and then we've got the Inter-Utility MOU, which then established the management of the SAPP. And we've got the agreement between operating members, which is a very important document that sets the requirements of the interconnected power system. And it is signed by all operating members. And then we've got operating guidelines, which also then support the operations of the interconnected grid. Then we've got the market book of rules as well as market guidelines, which govern the operations of the electricity market, including how then capacity is allocated for the market operations. And then we've got a constitution which governs the operations of the coordination center, which is the one based in Harare. In terms of our membership, we have 4 membership categories. We actually been developing over the years. When it started, it was all just the national power utilities, the 12 member countries, and then we've been opening up for private sector participation. Currently, we've got basically 3 categories, being the national power utilities for those members that are entrusted by governments for subordination entities, I guess like the NTCSA, for example. Then we've got the operating member category, which is meant for those members whose operations have significant impact on the operations of the subgrid, and that impact is determined by the size of generation, which is around 300 megawatts and above, or the operation of a transmission line. And then we've got the market participant category, which is meant for members whose main objective is actually to trade on the submarket. So you need to have a capacity, or at least contract capacity of 5 megawatts, whether generation or load, to become a market participant. And then the last one that you're seeing there, conditional membership for market participants. This is basically not necessarily a full-on membership per se, but is meant to assist those new IPPs, or at least to reach financial close. As a power pool, we do not provide PPAs, and so just to ensure that investors are comfortable that once an IPP that intends to supply the regional markets gets membership, then we provide this conditional membership. This is the current membership, as you can see here, 12 national power utilities, then operating members, made up of 2 independent transmission companies, as well as 3 IPPs, and then we've got market participants currently made up of only IPPs. Otherwise, this is also open for consumers, large power users. I'm trying to also move a bit quicker, Chair. In terms of the market products that we have in this app, of course, we still have bilateral contracts, which actually led to the development of the subgrid as we speak of it today. We still have quite a lot of bilateral contracts, some legacy, a few new ones as well that have popped up over the last couple of years. Otherwise, in terms of the competitive markets, we've got the day-ahead market, which was established in 2009. Then we've got the forward physical market, the month ahead and the week ahead, as well as the intraday market. All were established in 2016, and recently we introduced the balancing market, a very new product where members have the opportunity to try and balance their portfolio. The day-ahead market remains the main market, where especially at the moment with the constraints in the supply side, we are seeing over 90% of the trading happening on the day-ahead market. That was just brief on the SAPP, Chair, noting the time constraints maybe, but also I'm happy to take questions further in terms of the operation of the SAPP, but maybe just to also then say a few words in terms of supporting the Greencore applications. I think Anna, the Greencore team, did mention in their presentation that Greencore was the first member under the category of market participant, and we are happy as the SAPP to have them on board. Chair, we do recognize that the SA market is changing in terms of the landscape. At the moment it is more of a single buyer kind of model, and we understand that then there's developments towards opening up the markets, and I think it is very much important then that we talk to the alignment of the national markets in South Africa as well as the regional markets. I think the RERA also touched a bit on some of the harmonization that is expected to happen, and we hope and believe that the South African players, or at least the regulator, will also follow the guidelines that have been provided by the RERA in terms of the framework for looking into the future of the markets. Just to mention, Chair, that the Greencore does participate in all the competitive markets. They have access to those markets, and they with this particular application, I think then there will be a common factor in terms of the SA markets as well as the Southern African power pool markets. Some of the benefits then that the entities like Greencore, particularly Greencore, that then provides the markets includes the improvement in market liquidity. there's a lot of power that then the Greencore is able to trade in the markets, whether buying or selling, especially power that otherwise would not have been available also to the market. And we do believe the Greencore also provides presents itself as a credit worthy of taker, and that ultimately also then means there's a opportunity for then the development of generation projects which otherwise may not necessarily come online, as I believe, the future of the PPAs may be in doubt when you look at the market opening. And so when you have an entity that then is able to provide that credit-worthy offtake, it certainly does incentivize the generation space. So we do believe then that entities like Greencore are very important in markets as they open up, because they provide that catalyzation for new generation, and making sure that then the number of players in the markets are as many as possible, and this actually helps in then also the social welfare, as the more the players, the more cost reflective the prices will be in the markets. Chair, we also do believe that the Greencore model will provide a reference for all other players. Chair, this is a new space that the South African government, at least the electricity supply industry, is moving into, opening up of the markets. And we do believe then that other players can also learn from the Greencore model. We've also had our own learnings, Chair. We've opened up, the markets, the membership to private sector 2-3 years back, and some of the improvements are still made even today. So I don't believe that it is not possible to then just have everything figured out, on day one, but it is important to then learn as we move and try to make sure that you make the necessary adjustments to for any controls that's then maybe needed, Chair. And we do believe that the competitive markets are the future, notwithstanding that bilateral trading will still happen, especially owing to those legacy contracts or any other new contracts which underpin some developments, Chair. But we do believe there is a role that then the competitive markets will play in the electricity supply industry nationally in those different SADC countries, but also then regionally through the Southern African Power Pool. And we do support the licensing of Greencore in that regard, Chair. Maybe I will end here, Chair, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Masango, and for the presentation, and for the indication. I'm assuming that all of the documents that you've indicated are available online, so that if members want to access those, they can easily just click on a button on the internet and actually download them. Correct?
No, unfortunately, they're not available, Chair, on the internet. These are documents that are generally available to the members only. But we do appreciate that NERSA is a regulator who may need access to this, and I think there should be a process then that will enable NERSA to have access to these documents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, members, you've got a presentation from SAP. Any questions? Comments? Madam Massetti?
Chairperson, I just have
lost you there, Madam.
Mr. Masango. Can you hear me, Chair?
It's you kind of in. Yes, you are intermittent. I don't know. I can hear you now. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. Let me know if you can't hear me.
We can hear you now.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Chairperson, I have only 3 issues to just get clarification on, and I'm hoping that Mr. Masango would also take note of the other questions that we posed to RERA, because they were also relating to the way that SAP handles some of the sort of access issues within SAP. The first question that I just want to get clarity on is whether by supporting Greencore's project, whether SAPS has reserved or provided guaranteed access to Greencore in its SAP grid or network. Does it mean that there's a reserved capacity for Greencore, given the fact that Greencore is a member of SAP, and that it will always gain that access irrespective, or the access will be regulated in a similar way that other market participants or market players would want to come to the market and be given access? I just want to get clarity on the terms that are used for Greencore and the terms that will be used for other market players, whether those will be the same. Then the second question, Chairperson, relates to the threshold of 500 megawatts. I just want to understand these thresholds, looking at the nature of the projects that we have and the need in other markets, and the need to get access to power and also clean energy, whether the 500 megawatts is not an entry deterrent for projects, for example, that are 400 megawatts, for example, and which one cannot say they are insignificant in other markets that don't have, considerable demand, but they do need power that is affordable and power that is clean. The 500 megawatts, what is it based on? Why the 500 megawatts? Why not 400 megawatts, for example? If that can be explained, particularly given the changes now and the need to integrate, the Southern African market and assist other areas or regions that are unable to access the clean power that could be facilitated through SAP. And then the third question that I have is whether SAP has undertaken any initiatives to unlock the grid capacity and to alleviate any transmission congestions or limitations in the transmission grid, just to enable access and also expand capacity for access to other markets and also other players who may want to utilize their network. Those are the 3 issues, Chairperson, that I would like to get clarity on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Massetti. By the way, I think feeding off the questions posed by Ms. Massetti, can I just maybe just get clarity for the audience? SAPP, is it a market operator, or is it also a systems operator or even a transmission operator? Do you participate in those, or is the systems operation and the transmission operation left to the country specific ITSOs or something like that? If the answer is a no, you are only a market operator, so who then does regulates the interface between all of these grids? Over to you, Sam. By the way, as indicated, you can provide your answers today, or you can provide them in writing within 7 days. But we would really appreciate your input in all of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I noted the questions that were posed earlier, and I probably didn't touch on them because I think also the ARERA and that Elijah did a good job in responding to those. So we are aligned, Chair, to the responses that were given by ARERA in that regard. And maybe then I will try to then respond to these questions, which in some way also are following on from the questions that had been posed earlier. The first one being on whether SAP has reserved some guaranteed access to GreenCo, and the simple answer is no, that is not the case, Chair. The way we operate our markets is we've got those documents, then especially the market guidelines as mentioned by Mr. Sishone, which then detail how capacity is allocated, for market trading. So GreenCo will not have any preferential treatment. They will be treated just like any other market player, existing and future market players. The way we allocate our capacity, it is sort of an implicit auction that happens when we run the markets. So as an example, when you run the day-ahead market, the system will also check on the path whether there is available transmission capacity for any of the power to move, such that where there is then some limitations, the system will also try some other avenues, which includes splitting the system where you have different price areas, just to ensure that the full capacity of the transmission grid is utilized as much as possible, Chair. But the simple answer again is there's certainly no preferential treatment that GreenCo will get. They will still be having access to the transmission capacity, just like any other market player. And also to mention that because of, I think I did indicate earlier that the bilateral contracts actually did lead to the development of the transmission grid, the subgrid. We still recognize those, Chair. The transmission system owners, they still have priority access to the transmission capacity, and then any capacity then that is left to the markets is regulated, as I have mentioned, Chair. The second question on the threshold of 500 megawatt, I am not so sure if this comes from my presentation, Chair. Otherwise, in terms of, maybe I'll try to answer this in twofold. But maybe it's easier to get clarity. Are you referring to the threshold for market participants when you say 500 megawatts that I mentioned in terms of what we require for one to become a market participant?
Yes, it is your presentation, and yes, it is the requirement that you've mentioned during your presentation, okay. The 500 megawatts. Right. If you can just clarify that, thank you very much.
All right, thanks. So the threshold is actually 5 megawatts for one to become a member. So 5 megawatts, and this is where basically entities like GreenCo come into play, because maybe again your question will still stand to say, what about those smaller ones, whether they have some excess that they want to still offer into the market, some 1 megawatts, 2 megawatts there. This is where then entities like GreenCo will come in, aggregate all those smaller entities and then offer the power into the markets. So that's one of the advantages that such entities offer to the markets, actually. The other question is on any initiatives to alleviate congestion and maybe expand capacity. Yes, Chair. We have done some initiatives. The first one being to try and have a a system of allocation of the transmission capacity, especially when we run the markets. As I've explained earlier, we try to make full use of the capacity as much as possible. So that particular process or procedure is optimized to ensure that we limit or at least we make full use of the available transmission capacity. Further to that, Chair, we've also noted that there's been challenges in raising funding for the transmission lines. We've got quite a few projects that we are working on as the SAPP, some of which we've completed feasibility studies, and you will note that we mainly work on interconnectors, but we also have a couple of in-country transmission lines, especially as they support, regional trading. So we've got quite a few of these projects which have gone through different stages of development, but the challenge has always been raising then the funding that is needed to then further construct those transmission lines. And with that, Chair, we've come up with an innovative project called the Regional Transmission Infrastructure Financing Facility, which I believe also that has touched on, and this is meant to provide a dedicated funding for transmission projects, especially those that we consider to be regional transmission projects. Chair, I think the focus initially will be on those members that are not interconnected, and then moving on to, the corridors that we've identified to improve trade within the countries, and also then the transmission lines that will enable power to move from generation sources to the load centers. And we do believe in the future, Chair, this will certainly be extended to most of these then internal transmission lines, Chair, as they also add to regional trading. We are in the process of establishing that particular facility. We believe by the end of this calendar year, we should have legalized the company, fully registered it, and hopefully reach the first close of our what we call the development fund, where we will have attracted enough capital to further develop these projects towards bankability, Chair. So that is one major initiative that we are doing, Chair, to try and ensure that we then expand the transmission capacity to enable more trade in the region, Chair. And I must say that South Africa also stands to benefit from such a facility, Chair, as there's a couple of projects that also include South Africa that are in the project pipeline. The last question, Chair, that I got was with respect to whether the SAPP also is a system operator or transmission operator. The simple answer again, there is no. We only operate the markets, so we are a market operator for the regional competitive markets. We regulate, the other question is then who regulates the interface between all the grids. So in terms of our involvement, Chair, I have indicated that we coordinate, the planning and the operation of the regional grid. So we've got those documents then that talk to, how power interchanges should be happening, making sure that whatever is scheduled to flow between countries, is maintained as such. So we do monitor those timeline flows, but the TSOs, mainly the control areas, in our cases, they are the ones that then would be responsible for controlling the, maybe if I can use your question, your words, regulating the interface between the grids, Chair, as they maintain stability in the operation of the grid. So our control areas are basically Eskom, South Africa, ZESA in Zimbabwe, and ZESCO in Zambia. They're the ones that are tasked with ensuring that the system is basically a stable job. Otherwise, in terms of market operations, yes, we do then operate the markets. Chair, I think I've covered all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masango. I think you have. And by the way, in respect for NERSA, if you could perhaps give us permission, access to I know we're not members of SAP, but we would benefit from access to the documents that you mentioned up front. So perhaps there should be a special dispensation for regulators to have access to those files. We'd really appreciate that. But we really appreciate your input. Thank you. With that, can I then ask that we then step off SAPP and we move on to the next presenter, Miss Penny Herbst. I really struggle with your surname, by the way, Penny. It's a bit of a tongue twister for me. If I can just see you, if you can come on screen, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. And my surname's a tongue twister for myself, so please don't worry about it. It's not one I was born with.
I see. Okay,
doesn't come naturally.
All right, but you chose it. So anyway, this is one where you actually made a choice. Anyway, stepping off that, just let's go through the formalities. Do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
Not at all.
Thank you. In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
For the record, please state your name, your organization that we are representing today, and your designation, please.
My name is Penny Herbst, and I'm not representing an organization. I'm just representing myself and the consumer at large, hopefully. Based on some of my experience in the energy sector and being a climate and energy kind of professional.
Thank you. Actually, the voice of the consumer is always lost here. We always get suppliers and what I be presenting, but consumer tends not to have a voice. Thank you. You've got 15 minutes, ma'am. If you can.
Right. So thank you very much. I have concerns about sharing my screen. So I've sent my presentation to Mr. Babunda, and I did ask him to share it, but I think we've got very little time, and I tend to go over time. So what I would like to do is read a verbal submission first. So you can leave that first slide there. Thank you very much, Mr. Babunda. I appreciate that. But could I please read my submission, and then if there is time, I'd like to go through this. And can you please just go back to the first page so we don't distract the audience with a controversial slide? Mr. Mabunda, can you go back to the first slide, please? Thank you very much. Right, so let me start with my verbal submission. And to start with, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to all present. And thank you very much to NERSA for the opportunity to share my comments. It's really very much appreciated. As a citizen and a consumer, I'm extremely concerned that the regulatory environment, including the rules, processes, and procedures that should be in place to address the new electricity paradigm, is lagging these applications. This new paradigm includes not only the proposed market reforms, which has prompted this consultation and the applications, but more importantly, it includes an electricity transition, the magnitude and impact of which is unknown, and which we will have to contend with for very many decades to come. And here I want to note that in the NERSA webinar, the regulatory representative acknowledged the 4 decades of impact we've had from a previous regime. And hopefully we will learn that the previous regime wasn't necessarily perfect, and that we will attempt to the extent we can possible have a better environment going forward. But this does require some caution. So, moreover, my interest and concern raised here, and originates from having worked in the energy sector for a number of years and have witnessed in various roles the financialization of the sector, such that we are no longer talking about electrons, but how many times those electrons might be churned for profit in some cases. In this regard, I've been in the room and I'm not convinced that the road that we are traveling is fit for purpose and provides for the necessary protection of consumers whose daily lives are impacted by electricity and affordable access thereto, especially given the uncertainty regarding rules and regulations that need to be designed for the new paradigm. And excuse if I'm repeating myself, it's because my repetitions I consider to be quite important. Due to the time constraints, I've chosen to limit the detail, and I have a lot of detail, and the number of questions in the slides. However, I will submit these comments in writing separately. If I admitted through my presentation to ask this overarching question, I would like to highlight it up front. My main question is how the regulator intends to proceed with licensing more and more intermediaries in a transforming electricity environment without, and this is my perception, it might not be true, interrogating the financial consequences, including the financialization of the sector, where a largely public purpose good, which has significant implications for socio-economic outcomes, are at play. This submission is supported by insights gained in working in the sector, on both sides, public and quasi-private, and listening to webinars where potential market participants were provided via various platforms to sell their business models, which, despite my having a relatively sound knowledge of the sector, has been extremely confusing, especially given that the detail on risk allocation and cost for the system as a whole is never considered as a factor. As a matter of fact, most of the platforms made available for promoting business models deliberately skirt around system costs and risks. Moreover, and very importantly, the submission is further supported and very much prompted by having listened to and partake to a limited extent in the 2-day NERSA webinar on trading last month. This was useful, but I came away with more questions than answers and a distinct impression that we are not ready for licensing new participants without subjecting the consumers and the fiscus to unforeseen costs and unintended consequences. The risks and costs associated with the transition will need to be allocated in a fair, equitable, and just manner. What we appear to be doing now is fragmenting by cherry-picking, and this has been mentioned, supposedly creditworthy consumers with what is perceived to be, and I'm using perceived here very specifically because I'd like to be proven otherwise, to be very little oversight and insight into how the transition and its risks will unfold. Business models are mushrooming and are being put forward largely with profitability in mind, and this is to be expected. However, there appears to be very little appreciation by consumers who are providing very little input on the licensing process. This despite advertising this consultation process. Potentially, this might be due to public not understanding the impacts of the transition, the awarding of these licenses, and a very false narrative that renewable energy is cheap, which it is not. We know it's false, but I think the lack of attention to what's going on at the moment is kind of being some comfort being provided by the narrative that RE is cheap, and we are not factoring the system costs into consideration. In this regard, there are hidden costs associated with our transmission, and it's not being communicated. Curtailment, margins, number of participants, legacy contracts, or just to name a few. In this regard, if there was one recommendation I would like to make, is that the NERSA embark on communicating an understanding of the system, impact and costs of the market, and the impact of introducing new players, and the new electricity paradigm, and specifically focus on who will bear the risks and the costs. The ERA provides for determinations in favour of consumers. Now, I'm referring, I think in the old Act, it was Section 14, and in the new, it's Section 15, or the other way around, provides for the determinations in favour of consumers outside of the relevant applicable return provisions, which are provided in another section. However, where these costs and risks are going to be allocated, if adjustments need to be made, is not being addressed. And if I had to say this very plainly, I think it's been treated a bit like Pandora's box to say, well, there are risks, there are costs, etc., but who's going to deal with them? Let's put that in Pandora's box, and we'll see how this unfolds over time, which is not ideal. Regarding the submission, as I've alluded to, I don't want to go into detail comments. However, let me just mention a few, and we might not get to my slides. A concern regarding the redaction and very low level of transparency associated with these submissions is a concern, especially the export and import license. For instance, why has ownership associated with the export-import license been redacted? Or did I miss this and other information alluded to in appendices? My extreme apologies if I missed this information, but it appears to be quite light, despite it being, I think, 24 pages. What other areas of the energy system and its value chain will the owners of these licenses be involved in? So what I'm seeing is that we have a number of players, and it was quite useful to look at one of them, I'm not going to mention, where they've actually highlighted where they are playing in the sector. And while we talk about unbundling and making sure that the incumbent monopoly does not adversely affect other players and consumers, I feel that we haven't addressed and looked at the value change in the energy sector. I mean, we've got, for instance, just let me give you a very high-level example. We've got banks playing as debt providers, as equity providers, as owners of trading environments, owners and potential businesses throughout the value chain. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I just think we need to have a look at what the impact is and how this can be addressed. Especially, I'd like to address the issue of energy sovereignty, which in light of recent circumstances, even the global north is paying more attention to. And I can go into this in a bit more detail if you have questions. Regarding ownership and funding sources and support, this hasn't really been addressed in the submissions. It might be something that the regulator would like to have a look at, but outside of the regulatory process, but yet very relevant to the sector transmission as it goes to competition, it would be useful to understand how funds for these applicants are being leveraged. Are they, for instance, being leveraged under the guise of the Just Energy Transition Partnership? And if so, to what extent does funding under the JETP apply? Here, and I may be jumping the gun or misinterpreting some of the submissions, and are assuming that some of the entities backing might be coming from the JETP. However, if it is this understood at a South African Inc. level as discussions progress on the fair and transparent use of funds? How does the JET process, amongst others, impact on transparency associated with the just transition? And does this access to funding as a result of ownership actually result in fair competition? Moreover, the risk allocation framework changes materially where ownership and the requirements for support may significantly be different and driven by implementation agreements and MOUs that may be required by virtue of ownership of structures of certain players. And I know this is a mouthful. And I just want to say in this regard, I'm not sure whether these have been properly disclosed, and I might be wrong, but I'm just raising it because I think this is the time to raise it. And I can go into it in a bit more detail, but maybe not for this process, but I would like to put it on the table. In general, to note regarding these submissions, the issuing of trading license does not necessarily constitute a market, as most of these will be issued through a largely captured bankable consumer modality. It is in some circumstances unclear whose balance sheet is being used to secure agreements and the financing. Is it ultimately the grid that will be left with the risk, especially if deemed energy is a requirement from these and other participants? So my question is, who is taking responsibility and accountability for greater grid availability? This is a burning question in municipalities, where service levels for paying customers is at an extremely low level. And as mentioned above, significant risks exist in requirements associated with deemed energy in a network that can't adequately supply its residential and less creditworthy consumers that can't actually partake of these trading arrangements. And I can't emphasize this risk enough. So it would be useful if NERSA could clarify what the regulations are that govern these licensing applications, and where imbalances may be present when considering competitiveness of players. This might be quite important. In this regard, open access to third parties where the lines/roads have limited capacity How does this protect consumers and incumbent operators? This I'm raising in regard to deemed energy, congestion challenges, etc., and potential penalties that may be levered on, for instance, Eskom. It could be distribution, it could be transmission for non-availability of lines, where the consumers have no insight as to where these costs are being taken up. The transition as it unfolds is bringing to the fore a number of unintended consequences of what is a fragmented approach to transforming the energy system and its very significant complexity. I'm deeply concerned that we have embarked on this journey with a bit of a make-it-up-as-you-go approach, where sector stakeholders are suggesting that the ERA is a guide, and where stakeholders who stand to benefit from the transition are potentially embedded in the design process on regulations going forward. And I'm saying potentially because this might be part of a process that evolves. With these applications, I think the regulator has a predicament, as precedents have been created by awarding other license. My question to the regulator as well in this regard would be, how do these requests for licenses differ from those that have preceded it, and what precedents might be created? If these applications fundamentally change the landscape, then I would suggest that the regulator may need to carefully consider the merits of approving these applications and under what conditions. Stakeholders and current participants are operating in the belief that their business models and revenue streams will be protected by change in law provisions. This is for me a bit disingenuous, and this I've heard in the environment, so I'm just raising it. When the regulations and regulatory environment have yet to be formulated to a great degree for a transformed energy and electricity sector. I note that the awarding of license is subject to our conditions. And based on the context that I've described before, in my submission, and although I presume that mine might be a lone objection, I would hope that some of the concerns raised will be taken into account in the regulator's decision-making, including an in-depth review of the 2-day seminar on the topic of trading, which for me, as I think I've said before, raised many more questions than answers. Put differently, perhaps, has NERSA considered the webinar outcomes? Are its lessons, or are the lessons concerned that were raised? And if so, how have you factored these lessons into your decision-making process going forward? And is there perhaps a document that summarizes its approach, flowing from the inputs, including inputs from experts in other jurisdictions that have raised key concerns in new market approaches? I just want to say on the new market approaches, we seem to be led, and again, this is an impression, by other jurisdictions and their experiences, but not recognizing the fatal flaws in those jurisdictions and that their markets are also evolving. And there are numerous examples in this regard. So a final segue in this kind of thing before I end, for some main reasons of my potential objection, I do have to raise the question, and it's with really due respect to the regulator and the regulatory members, of the challenges of implementation, and question whether the regulator is sufficiently resourced to address the many conflicts of interest and complexities associated with this transition and possibly of these applications. And here I want to be a bit more specific, if I may. I am concerned that there are a lot of consultants involved in the process, and it would be extremely rewarding to hear how the regulator is building its own internal resources, which in a developing country are really important. We can't afford not to make some of our own decisions. So I think I would like to hear from the regulator on this. So amongst others, my main reasons for objection: readiness of the system regulation for these applications, including regulatory framework and monitoring. Impact on consumers and tariffs is an unknown quantity and hasn't been addressed significantly, and we need to do that. Extent of cross-subsidies and a potential for subsidizing trading operations, especially when viewed from a system perspective. For instance, unintended consequence of a new market structure while transitioning to a new electricity paradigm. I talk about renewable energy storage, transmission, new technologies, etc. And specifically, the issue that's now being looked at, and these fixed charges that are being introduced, which I'm not saying are right or wrong, but we haven't recognized early enough for their potential of an impact. I'm also raising the issue of transparent applications. The extent of redaction in these applications is a concern, and little or no information in some cases in annexes, etc. I also do feel that there's a reference in one of the applications to a MOU with Eskom. This is not transparent, and I think it should be. Transparent and uniform transmission pricing for traders, especially for importers and exports, needs to be addressed. I don't see where in the regulatory framework that's available. The precedents created without regulation and broader impacts on costs and risks of the system. And here I specifically want to ask and understand. It would seem that some of these submissions do not envisage supplying their customers on 24/7 basis. And this 24/7 basis is a real concern because there is cherry picking not only on consumers, but cherry picking to where the incumbent utility might have to pick up some of those risks and costs, which will then be shared over a very much smaller base of consumers, given that the key customers are now under contention and most creditworthy customers are under contention. I do fear that the narrative of new incumbents that they're coming in and they're going to be assisting the utility, I'm not clear that that is the case. I'm not convinced. What else would I like to say? Writing the rule, there has been mention, I think, of writing rules, and I alluded to earlier, after awarding licenses and making it up as we go. I feel this is a slippery slope based on my experience. So I would be objecting to the process of regulations being designed afterwards. And it does appear that there are a number of outstanding matters to be addressed, not least of which is the energy pricing policy, which has been out since February of 2020. Not sure if it's 2021 or 2022 now. It might have been 2021. Time goes by so quickly. And it's critical. I mean, actually, when the ERA and the EPP came out at the same time, my sense was the EPP was much more important than the ERA. And I feel we've gone about it I don't want to use the expression, but we've gone about it the wrong way. With regard to transmission, there are some issues that I do have, and let me just mention one or two. Transmission is a natural monopoly, and that's recognized world over. That needs to be regulated. That it does need to ensure fair access to all consumers on the network. Therefore, the transmission principles that will apply to exporters and importers and traders should apply to all and equally to traders. And if it is different from the current transmission pricing policy, which I don't believe we really have for the new energy paradigm, it should be submitted for NERSA approval and be subjected to a transparent public consultation process. And we should understand what the pricing structure is for both distribution and transmission access. I've tried to find it. I can't find it. NERSA must also ensure that bespoke MOU or implementation type agreements do not result in the South African consumer cross-subsidizing exporters and or traders and transfer risks to the fiscus. The reference to guarantees is often used as not being applicable in some of these structures. However, there are contracting structures and agreements, could be implementation of agreements, MOUs that effectively transfer risks and costs to the fiscus and aren't transparent and are transferred also in some cases to regulated utilities and distribution entities. Finally, I'm going to say finally, and no, second but last, NERSA could potentially also take some learnings from Namibia, and NERSA. I might be kind of lumping you with the whole process, and please forgive me for that because this is not the intention. But I think the energy environment can take some learnings from Namibia, where transmission tariffs, tariffs for transmission are regulated and are made publicly available, and there should be no special deals and or treatment as far as things are in MOUs, etc., that might be agreed separately. I've raised the deemed energy charge. And then finally, in my research, and I have been researching this topic significantly to the extent that, it's become overwhelming. I've picked up on a webinar and research that's been done by a gentleman called Professor Brett Christophers. He's the Professor of Social and Economic Geography at the Uppsala University. And he comes out of some of these questions about the new energy paradigm with questions and conclusions. And he basically is asking the question, will financiers and or investors embrace merchant/spot market risk? And we haven't really gone into this But I'm also highlighting that spot market risk is somewhere down the line, because we kind of protecting the PPAs that are being signed at the moment. If not, two things seem likely to drive the necessary development of renewables in the long term. Number one, rebuilding and retaining state subsidies. And two, reform of electricity markets. But in regard to the reform of electricity markets, he says, existing markets, and we have to acknowledge this, are designed around the characteristics of fossil fuel generation and remain, in essence, unreformed. The problem is that markets that exist were not designed to and do not reflect the cost structures and operating characteristics of the growing new energy resources. And I'll stop there, and we can leave my presentation, Mr. Mabunda, because I think we really don't have enough time and I don't want to tire people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You had actually gone over the allotted 15 minutes, but it's okay. Members, you've got the input from Ms. Hebb. I am going to try. I'm going to practice on my own to say your surname, ma'am.
You can call me Penny. You don't be too formal.
Okay, no, but I will still practice nonetheless. Members, any questions from you on the input? Any comments? Perhaps I just had one. Okay, there is one from Mr. Mkhize.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thanks, Penny, for the presentation. I don't really have a question per se, but I appreciate the issues that you have brought to the fore. As to the merits thereof, whatever but they are all issues that need to be taken into account. And I would even request that in view that there was no presentation that you made, although you had one, to say if you can also augment some of the things with your views and not leave it as maybe a concern that there's this concern, but just to go one step further and look at what your suggestions would be in those particular areas, because that can only help in terms of making the system much better going forward. Yeah, I will leave it at that. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one question for you,
yes.
Penny. For me, the question is just more a philosophical question that says, do you not believe that the shift from a single buyer model, where the single buyer is actually supported by the fiscus, this shift that is proposed to an aggregated model where the traders then aggregate demand and therefore give an opportunity so that we can release the fiscus from this from providing the guarantee. Do you not believe that this is viable, or
no.
do you not? Yeah, okay.
I don't.
That's in essence the question.
Which is why I included right at the end this work that's done by Brett Christophers, and have highlighted the conclusions he's come to, especially in rebuilding and retaining state subsidies. I think somewhere along the line, and I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, I just think we're living in cloud cuckoo land and being very naive to think that we are going to avoid going down the route of further support. I'm absolutely convinced. Absolutely.
Hey, thank you. And as Mr. Mkhize has requested, we really appreciate your input. And if you haven't provided it in writing, please do. And whatever that you want to supplement it with, especially with that paper that you've just mentioned, that would be very useful. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your input.
Thank you for the time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, members, we're moving towards the end. As you know, we now have the next presentation from Green Electron Market Proprietary Limited, Mr. James White and Mr. Andrew Johnson. I'm hoping they are still available. We are over half an hour late, but can I just maybe see you on the screen? Thank you. I see Andrew. All right. Are you the only one that's going to be present? Oh, I guess it's James as well. Okay. can I start by asking the question to Andrew? Do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
No objection.
Thank you. In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information or the evidence we are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I solemnly declare.
Thank you. For the record, please state your name, the organization that you represent today, and your designation therein, please.
Andrew Johnson, Green Electron Market and Sturdy Energy Southern Africa, and I'm an executive director.
Thank you. Can we then move over to James? Do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
I do not.
In that case, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence we are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
For the record, please state your name and the organization you're representing today and your designation therein, please.
Sure. My name is James White, and I'm a director of Green Electron Markets and also an executive director of Sturdy Energy.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you've got 15 minutes between the two of you. I don't know whether you're making a presentation, a physical presentation, or just a verbal input. But anyway, you've got 15 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. We will be making a presentation.
Good morning, NERSA committee, all the observers, Mr. Chair. So we will be presenting on Green Electron Market. Green Electron Market will be the trading arm of Sturdy Energy Southern Africa, which is a Southern African focused independent power producer based in Johannesburg. So as mentioned, we form part of the Sturdy Group. The Sturdy Group's core business is to own, operate and develop renewable energy facilities across Southern Africa. We've got a track record of over 650 megawatts of operating renewable projects since 2011. And our aim is really to become a pivotal player in the renewable energy landscape across Southern Africa. We currently have operations in South Africa, Botswana, and Namibia. And as an IPP, we own our own assets, and the trader will just be one of the off-takers of those assets. We do see GEM as a route to market, in addition to bilateral PPAs and trading. Yeah, I can.
Right. So the objectives of GEM, as Andrew said, is to really provide a route to market for Sturdy Energy's operational power plant fleet with a focus on renewable energy. GEM's product offering will be obviously restricted to South Africa. And the idea is to be able to firstly provide more flexible power purchase agreements to both public and private customers. Another key item is to de-risk the power purchase agreements regime that is currently in place by providing an alternative buyer already in the contractual setup from financial close of the project. We also see that this is a pivotal regulatory step for us to commercialize the utility scale private battery energy system. As we know, much has been done by REAP, but not a lot has been done privately at scale. We would like to see that because this basically comes in to achieve the objectives, that it spurs economic growth, it spurs job creation in both the construction and operation and trading environment. A key element for our customers and off-takers is, of course, the carbon credits, green electrons, which give the defense against potential carbon tax and reduce carbon footprints, but also make large-scale industrials and other customers who sign up more competitive in the fields, and thereby making South Africa's exports and domestic outputs more competitive. So the NERSA application that we are speaking to today speaks to 40 megawatts from a power plant in Limpopo. This 40 megawatts forms part of a broader 75 megawatt power plant. And we began our application in February 2024 when we submitted it, and moved through our public participation and advertising in the requisite areas. And we, of course, now come to this hearing. The application basically looks at the 40 megawatts, and the key agreements are in place, which I'll come to. It has an expected date of financial close for Q4 2024. And as a result, all permitting, licensing, banks, advisors, contractors, etc., and key documentations are in place. We have a scheduled COD of Q4 2025 for this 40 megawatts. We have a signed PPA with a mine situated in Mpumalanga province. And then further to that, which I'll get into in the table below, we have an amended ESA, but we'll come back to that. So the project is connected to the national grid, the Eskom national grid, at 132 kV level in Limpopo, and the customer is an Eskom-connected customer in Mpumalanga. We do have projects in the same development phase that have basically represents another 67 megawatts of wind and solar, and they have similar closure times and are, also have committed buyers directly under bilateral PPAs. So in total, we have 142 megawatts that will either be will be in construction by the end of 2024. More specifically, of course, the trading environment requires approvals and documents. So as you can see, the first solar project of 75 megawatts, of which 40 is subject to this trading license, we have a power purchase agreement in place. We have a budget quote issued, not yet accepted, but valid through to the end of November. With that, the connection agreements and direct agreements are agreed. We have an amended ESA for the customer. The IDGCAR, see if we misspelled that, but the IDGCAR process or the grid access process has been followed and granted, and we do have our NERSA registration granted for the project. So the solar plant in and of itself references GEM as an off-taker together with other off-takers. And that's where we create the sort of contractual nexus to be applying for NERSA. That being said, we see as we spoke now, the trader to be something that can come in and effectively de-risk other PPAs by providing an alternative off-taker in the structure. So it is also included in the projects that follow, the two solars and the wind. And as you can see, we are in a similar process of advancement around NERSA, IDGCAR, ESAs, connection agreements, BQs, and power purchase agreements. So yeah, we stand ready to start construction. The good news is the start of construction is not contingent on the issuing of this license, which further de-risks the proposal and the application we are making today. And as it forms part of a project that is already banked against the off-takers it supplies, we do not have to spend a huge amount of time demonstrating bankability of the trader, as it benefits from both Sturdy Energy's support, balance sheets, and then also the projects themselves.
So, yeah, I think the benefits of transacting with a trader linked to an IPP would relate to savings for the customers against the Eskom tariffs. This is mainly done through the ability to raise competitive financing and sort of proof of execution and track record. Being part of the Sturdy Energy Group, it means the trader will be supported by a full IPP team of technical expertise, financial expertise, and accounting, with a track record in South Africa, literally from the first round of REAP. It will diversify the off-takers on a project, thereby reducing off-taker risk, and also assisting our off-takers mitigate some of the risks that they take on under short or long-term PPAs. And the aim is to start with the wind and solar and then progress into BESS, so we are able to provide energy to the clients over a longer term or when they need it. And likewise, if there is any excess capacity, we would have a BESS bank to absorb that from not only our fleet, but actual third-party fleets too. And then, we sell our carbon credits with our PPAs. So the off-takers get the benefit of both a lower cost of energy and the carbon credits. And I think I've spoken through the risk mitigation process of being able to combine both trading and aggregating of PPAs, also together with sort of bilateral PPAs with off-takers.
Yeah, and I think to speak a little bit to the future, very complicated graph below, but it shows the average cumulative production in the bar charts of all of our fleet that we spoke about in the slides two previous. And you can see then the cumulative, the line graphs then are the cumulative demand of the customers that we are contracted with on a bilateral basis, but then with the trader being present in all of those and having access to capacity to be able to trade. As it's clear is that the cumulative sum of the off-takers we have in terms of their demand is far in excess of the supply that we have. Thereby providing competitive energy into those, the ability to grow with those customers, and of course not to, as per the Eskom feedback, not to completely obliterate customers off the grid. So that's the point of this graph.
And it also shows no one off-taker is fully dependent on one trader or one source of generation.
Yeah, and I think maybe just to add before we go into the future projects, which we have touched on, is by combining as a scene internationally, an IPP a generation company, by combining that with a trader, we have found that it is the answer to many of the bankability points when it comes to sitting down on bilateral PPAs by including an alternative off-taker up front. You will see the proliferation of multi buyer projects in the bilateral space, so the one to many, and this really sort of builds off that in a positive way. Right. Yeah.
So I think the future projects, we do note all our projects are permitted for BESS, and we do have under development where the trader will be one of the off-takers, 350 megawatts of solar and storage, and the ability of Sturdy and GEM to be a long-term player in the renewable market in South Africa is clearly demonstrated by the infrastructure around the trader, where we could be an aggregator, we could also sell bilaterally, and we could also de-risk both financing, execution risk, and supply risk for the industry. Yeah, and we can just touch on the team experience. Collectively, it's over 60 years. As I mentioned previously, James and myself have been around since before REAP days. We've got a full technical team with Reno, permitting and development, project management. So the backup to the trader, where it will not just be a software engine aggregating, there's real strong renewable energy IPP experience to ensure that everything is implemented successfully.
Right, so we wanted to be quick, so thank you very much, and here ends our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation from Sturdy. Members, any questions of clarity or any other questions that you may have in respect of the presentation that's been made or the application itself? A show of hands, members, if there are any questions. Madam Massetti.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Andrew and James for the presentation. Just to check on the issue of the savings, assume savings for customers when you're looking at the municipality, comparing with the municipality tariffs. I just want to confirm that you will still be in a position to achieve the savings, even with the inclusion of the connection cost as well as the system utilization cost that will be imposed. I just want to check if that will still be possible, and if you can then clarify how you will make sure that you will be in a position to still save and provide value to the customer. So that's the first thing. And then the second one that I would like to find out is just on the issue of just the issue of the connection and the the date of operations. I see that you're not quite certain because you're talking about the end of 2024, but you're not sure exactly whether construction would have been completed at that stage, or operation would have started would have commenced at that stage. If you can kindly just clarify that, would be appreciated. And then there was an issue that I wanted to just find out. Just the tariff buying from generator. Okay, so with regards to the generators, just want to check if you are looking at diversification of your sources of supply, so that if you are ready to start still in 2024, you are able to do so, if that would be your consideration, and whether that is possible. Actually, those are the three questions from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Maseti. Mr. Mkiza.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to James and Andrew. Just a confirmation of the full closure of the cost, and that the viability and the benefit accruing to customers will still prevail under the various cost element when one is done a sensitivity analysis. And then the second thing is just what one is asked to other applicants as a standard question, to say what really precluded you from engaging with Eskom, based on what Eskom has alluded to right at the beginning. I mean, not right at the beginning, but in the initial stages of the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkiza. Both yourselves, remember, you have the option to respond to all the questions or to respond in writing, or both. But over to you.
Great. I think maybe I'll kick off with the Eskom comment, because it may have been quite a general comment, but we've had a strong relationship with Eskom, as I said, right from the beginning of REAP days. And we managed, the connection agreements all have green electron referred to in them. The ESA amendments all have green electron referred to in them. And we've had very good, solid conversations and gone down the road with quite progressed PPAs under the standard offer program. So we actually see Eskom as being quite important in the space, as an off-taker, potential client, and then also as the transmission operator. So from our side, we've been, and we deal as the IPP, we deal with Eskom through the connection agreements at every level. So maybe. Yeah, I appreciate maybe in a general comment, but we've got a strong relationship through all the grid access units, all the way up through to the trade-in. So from our side, I think we enjoy working with Eskom, and hopefully they could be an additional client to GEM.
Yeah, I don't think you can say that you're going to reach financial close in, we can get into the dates, but with BQs and ESAs and all that stuff, and you haven't engaged Eskom. Because by very nature of getting a budget quote and InchCar process done requires months of in-depth engagement with Eskom. So I do hope that the comment was not necessarily related to our application, because as Andrew said, we've had close cooperation. Maybe to just start at the top around the savings, so and the cost, which were both people who asked questions started with that. For us, there's no lack of clarity on the costs of this, and they are factored into the business case. So, the costs around connection, as we have a budget quote that's been issued, those are very clear and detailed in that budget quote. So we're very aware of what we need to pay Eskom. Then, in addition to that, that details obviously the connection at both transmission and certain upgrades at transmission level. Then, the Eskom tariff booklet 24-25 gives a very clear indication of both the generator use of system charges and the gen wheeling charges associated to the customer. So those are very clear and very well understood, and we have very little uncertainty around the costs, and those have all been factored into the business case, and that is delivering savings to our customer and customers. And once again, we know that because our tariff is fixed with them and subject only to a CPI indexation. So this, all of sort of the end customers are entering into PPAs with both IPPs and traders for savings and green credits. So it's the very, very essence of what we do. So we're very clear on the cost with fixed tariffs both to our customers, which represent savings over the long term.
I think what the one caution there is we'll be relying on NERSA to adjudicate fairly all the applications for increased charges over the lifetime of the project. For example, if the use of system charges go up 200% next year, then the use of system charges plus the tariffs will mean that the customers are not making money. But if they sort of increase in line with what we expect, then the delta between the tariff increase in that CPI and the use of system charges will mean that the clients will continue to have savings from procuring the energy.
Yeah, and finally, as an IPP, we, to use it in different terms, we manufacture the product, right? So, we can sell. We're not looking to derive an incredible margins through the trading arm of our business. So, we can also remove middleman and be able to provide pricing at far more competitive rates than if we were, looking to derive a huge profit through the trader. Then I think the last question was to do with dates and certainty. I think we were purposely relating to quarters in our presentation, but to be specific around the project under question, we are targeting financial close by the end of August. And from that perspective, we have an EPC contract already secured and about to be signed, and that stipulates a fixed time period, which puts us into November next year. And if that contractor is late, there's penalties associated, and it's all under moved through a project finance structure. So from that perspective, the dates are very clear to us, and the start dates, the Eskom.
Yeah, I think the presentation had construction operation 2024. So I think the clarification is construction starts 2024 and we'll be looking at first power in Q1 2025 on that Bella solar project. So, and then the wind project will probably follow for 4 to 5 months after that for power. And then I think the one question that we missed is GEM is not exclusive to buying power from sturdy energy projects. So to answer your question, we'd welcome opportunity to buy from other IPPs, and as in any business, if the price is right, we'll be comfortable.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it's also to say that the other generators in our pipeline will be available mid next year. So if we find ourselves pushing out of the 2025, thanks for the correction, then we would always be able to seek power from there.
Okay, Thank you, gentlemen, for your responses. I think you've responded to all of the questions, but if you want to supplement your responses, you've got an application with us. If there's anything that perhaps we feel that you need to supplement, we are very welcome to supplement within the next 7 days. I'd like to thank Green Electron for the presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
No, thank you. We will then move on to the last presentation of the day from Sibanye. So, Jevon, you are standing between us and lunch for some of us that haven't had lunch, but no, it's just you definitely are going to have all the time in the world that you need to actually make your put. But let's start with the formalities. So let me just switch on my camera as well so you see who you're talking to. Do you object to taking an oath or an affirmation?
No, Chair.
Thank you. In that regard, kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the information and the evidence that you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. For the record, kindly state your name, the organization you are representing today, and your designation therein, please.
Yeah, I wear a number of different hats in the industry, but today I'm specifically representing Sibanye-Stillwater, where I'm the Energy and Decarbonization Vice President.
Thank you. Jevon, you've got your 15 minutes. I don't know whether you're making a physical presentation or just a verbal input.
Chair, I'll just be making a verbal input, and I'll try to keep it brief. I know that it's been a long day for you and your panel. So I'll just give you a couple of statements in support of the GreenCo application. I'm going to turn my camera off and then I'll try to be brief. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Now you do have your 15 minutes. Please, we don't want to rob you of your constitutional right. So your 15 minutes starts now.
Thanks, Chair. Just by way of introduction, Sibanye-Stillwater is an international precious metals mining company. We're domiciled here in South Africa, listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange as well as the New York Stock Exchange. We have operations in South Africa, Zimbabwe, the US, Canada, France, Finland, and Australia, and some projects elsewhere in the world. But our primary base is here in South Africa, where we were founded. Our purpose is to safeguard global sustainability through the metals that we produce, and our vision is to be a leader in superior value creation for all of our stakeholders. In the context of energy consumption, we consume in excess of 6.5 terawatt hours of energy across our global operations, within which about 6 terawatt hours is specifically in South Africa for our gold and platinum group metal mining operations. The predominant form of energy consumption in South Africa is electricity. So we typically consume in the order of around 5.8 terawatt hours per annum, placing us what we believe is one of the top 5 Eskom customers in the country. If we looked at our emissions profile, our Scope 2 emissions profile is our largest contributor, contributing about 79% of our emissions, or roughly over 6 million tons of CO2 per year. We've committed to be carbon neutral by 2040, and in order to do that, we need to address those emissions that emanate from coal-fired electricity. That's both to combat climate change as well as to remain internationally competitive. So a large portion of our decarbonization strategy is procuring extensive amount of renewable energy. To date, we have been successful in that, in securing a number of wind projects as well as solar projects on a bilateral wheel basis with the support of Eskom. Chair, because we consume so much power and because of our footprint, we are tied at the hip to Eskom. Eskom's success is our success. We cannot afford for Eskom to fail. So to Eskom's points earlier, we need them to be financially sustainable in the long run. But despite this, we do believe that competition in the market is healthy. We've observed in other jurisdictions where we operate in liberalized markets the benefit of competition when procuring electricity. And electricity really is the lifeblood of a mining and processing operation, where in South Africa specifically, for our PGM operations, it's about 10% of our operating costs, and for our gold operations, around 25%. So we're pursuing a number of opportunities to ensure energy security, enable decarbonization, stabilize our cost input, as well as enable a just energy transition for all of our stakeholders. One of those opportunities is a agreement with Greenco, and through that agreement we gain access to call it unallocated electrons in South Africa, as well as access the Southern African power pool as they specified in their application earlier. The benefits of this agreement, and in support of the import and export application, as well as their trading license, is ability to obtain energy security. The agreement allows discretionary procurement of power through the Southern African power pool. That we hope, in engagement with Eskom, would allow us to mitigate some of our load curtailment obligations. Over the last 2 years, 2022, 2023, we had collective 2 billion rand impact to production as a result of load curtailment, and we need to mitigate that to ensure the sustainability of our operations. It would also enable a cost saving for Eskom if there was an energy deficit in the country, as opposed to utilizing very expensive OCGTs. It would allow customers such as ourselves to procure more cost-effective power elsewhere on the market. The second benefit would be decarbonization. Typically, the power in the Southern African power pool is of lower carbon intensity, and that would help solve the objectives in terms of producing low carbon products, as well as reducing our overall greenhouse gas footprint. The third benefit would be cost savings. I mentioned cost is a critical input into our business. Where as a mining company, we are a cost taker. The only thing that we can manage is cost. And electricity has historically been a very difficult one to control, with ever-increasing above inflation increases, and that has severely impacted the sustainability of our operations in South Africa. And as a fiscal duty, we need to manage that on behalf of all of our different stakeholders. And lastly, we need to enable just energy transition and local socio-economic development through these agreements and other agreements that we've entered into, the power purchase agreements. We've ensured that they, at a minimum, comply to the mining charter requirements, which specifies that they at least have a 26% historically disadvantaged South African ownership, as well as a BE level 4 or higher. So Chair, that's just really the benefits directly to Sibanye. But if we look at sort of at a national level, these types of arrangements, and in support of the other trading applications that we put forward to you today, the competition will ultimately encourage energy security, or enable energy security. Through a competitive market and supplier choice, it will stimulate investment, it will stimulate economic activity and the growth in energy demand in the country, and also supports international competitiveness, because as a mining company, we compete against international companies, not only in South Africa. And thirdly, I think opening up import and export to the private sector would also allow us to utilize our endowment of world-class wind and solar resources and allow export into the SADC region. I think that would be beneficial not only for South Africa, but our neighbors as well, and their respective economies. Chair, in short, that's my submission. I'm not sure if you or your panel have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, and thank you for giving us time back. Actually, that was very well done. Thank you. So now it's just us and you in terms of questions. Members, any questions for Mr. Martin? By show of hands. I don't know whether it's because your input was very clear, or it's just that people are tired. It is 25 to 3, but nonetheless, because I also don't have any further inputs. I'm assuming that you've actually submitted something in writing, Jevon?
No, we haven't, but if that's required, we can.
Look, seeing that you have presented, it would be useful if you could maybe submit whatever the material that you may have presented verbally, if you can submit it as well. That may assist, especially in terms of how we evaluate. But again, I guess the issue is here is about, it's in support it's in support of the application. So whatever that you believe that will benefit us as NERSA in terms of facts and evidence, which is in respect of this application, both the import and export license as well as the trading license. I guess the trading licenses, as you've indicated, that would be very useful.
We'll do that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And this actually brings us, so your presentation was the final presentation of the day. It brings us to the end of a very long day. We had originally planned to finish at 12. At that time, we only had 3 or 4 presenters. But it's interesting how the interest that has been generated by these presentations or by these license applications. We really value your input, and whatever that you can provide in writing will greatly assist. We've got 7 days, and then thereafter we'll then be able to start the process of the matter being brought before the members of the regulator now for a decision. I'd like to thank you all. We are all learning, so whatever information that you can provide to us to assist us with the learning, that would be very much appreciated. With those few words, I'd like to then bring this public hearing to a close, and thank you, and thank everybody who've stayed the course, and for all of the input that we've received from yourselves and from any other information that may be sent via in writing. We really appreciate that. We thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the panel members and all attendees. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.